videos waiting on rendering. And remember, we'll be back again tomorrow, as always, for another run. Fuck you, Callie. Alright, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Oh, and I guess another good book like Choke. I mean, even if Tyler's not here, I mean, we could still technically read it. I mean, I'm getting a little bit invested into it, so I mean, why the hell not, right? I haven't been here in a good while. Cute Muffin, hey, how's it going, man? I know, having the schedule move around and everything, I think fucked with a lot of people. I had a short story smut idea. Want to hear it? Yes, Queen, I absolutely do. My idea is a smut adult version of The Great Pumpkin from Charlie Brown. So this is an insanely long story, guys. This is gonna be like a lock-in. Chronicles and Tales. I feel like this live is Republican. Proof of that, I'm banned from all others except this one. Callie! No! You must be able to recite every single line of every single Monty Python skit. And I want you to tell me which 5 are your favorite and why they're your favorite. I also want me to tell you why there's your 5 worst ones and why you didn't like them. That's your homework, Callie. Just don't ask me that question. And then narrow down on why it happens and confine that and then replicate that. Embargoes starved our children. Our reprisals darkened your skies. Her eyes, sharp as flint, swept the room. Hi, Callie. He slid the data crystal. Long time. Across the table, its glow illuminating faded maps of mutual ruins. Alara saw the spiral's grace then, not a noose, but a dance. Sierra's delegation yielded first, a joint grid initiative, water flows redirected for mutual harvest. Mira's cheer echoed through the hall, raw and triumphant, chasing shadows from weary faces. How far have we come? She asked, voice soft as the water's lap. His eyes, milky but merry, fixed on the stars. Far enough to glimpse the turn. Revolutions aren't ends, child, they're breaths between. The push will come again, a drought, a betrayal. If we learn this, that blame binds, discourse frees. We might spiral upward. Feeling the words weight in his tremor. Asian chicken is great, but you'll be hungry for an hour. True, Sean. True, that always happens with Chinese food. I don't know why. You eat Chinese food and then you're just hungry again. You have joined stream at possibly worst possible time, Sharp. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. We had a good day today. That's all that matters. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. They basically have like magic that allows them to create holodeck paintings that they can go inside of, interact with. But the more that you're inside of the painting, the more you lose yourself. His world. And then his father is also inside of the world, and his father's trying to completely destroy the painting so that his family will come back to real life. Fuck it, we're doing the nuclear option. We're taking them all out. And he pulls the moon out of the sky. And that kills like 75% of the Beastmen. So now in the current world where it is with the tree, 600 years after the fall of the moon, in essence, imagine a number that is larger than the amount of particles in the entirety of, like graphic designs and emotes and overlays, stuff like that. I'm too sleepy. That's okay, Callie. Remember, like I said, usually between the 4-hour mark and 6-hour mark, I am passing out, taking micro naps in order to maintain the next 3 hours of the stream. I want to see your guys' worlds. I want to see your guys' visions. I want to compare them to mine. I want us to go back and forth. I want us to all interact together to create this amazing, community of ideas, stories, and works. We're ready now. Yo, Sharp, what's up, brother? How's it going, man? Welcome. We finally made it in for the earlier stream. Yeah, since we're going so long now, I take food breaks. So we're watching a Mr. Baldwin video while I eat some spaghetti. Had a power cut. Oh, that's okay, Sharp. It's all good. Do you wanna do the documentary now, bro? The hell, you don't have ad block? Fucking Smokey. Fucking Smokey. The hell is this? You don't have ad block, motherfucker? How the hell do you don't have ad block? Finance department. The report consists of Mr. Travis's miscellaneous expenses. If you were to observe closely, he has donated $40,000 to a charity. The funny thing is the CIA has shut this charity down because it has been proven to fund terrorism within and outside of the country. Luna looked conflicted for a moment before shrugging in defeat. Alright, fine. Cliff Notes version. First, artifacts. Bedtime is calling. Very true, Smokey. Calling with a loud fucking voice. Oh, perfect timing. Perfect fucking timing. Oh my god. True. Anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Oh, that's Russian.
Wait a sec. That's Russian?
I was gonna say.
My back.
As far as I know. I don't think there's an N in it. It's blah. I don't know why I don't know why I hit the M. I'm retarded, that's why. Don't fly us into the sun, please. And would you say angels are just higher forms of consciousness? So if you look at, like, you know, you have like an animal is here, a human is here, an angel is here, and yo, what's good everyone? We back at her again. How's it going today? What is this? No. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, I know this thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I could definitely see this going hard. Hell yeah. Sometimes I forget how old people are, because I'm thinking like, oh, a kid, 1997. What is this, like 2012? Or something like that? Like 2010 maybe? And this is like number 3, right? Or is this new? Wait. Oh, this is 2017. Yeah, but this is the third game, so yeah, about 7 years. But yeah, so that's crazy. So like they're coming out with like a new one, and you're working on the lore for it. That's badass, bro. Working on the lore. Pitch me some shit. Like, okay, let's go. First of all, we gotta find a foundation, right? So, what are the foundational aspects of the Teletubbies that we can like fuck with, right? So we've got like the Teletubbies themselves. We've got their like mentality, right? We can make the sun go like eclipse and shit like that, right? So you can have like different solar events causing like different behaviors. And then you have like this thing that could be like an enemy thing that like fucks everyone up and like turns them around and shit. You could even add in like new kind of things like weather effects and stuff like that. Temperature effects like seasons. I don't know, I'm just thinking of like what things can you bring to the table when you're I'm just thinking baseline, looking at the Teletubbies and saying, how can I turn this into a horror? Like, what aspects do I need to warp to let this have enough of its original essence so that it wouldn't be like, well, why didn't you just, you know, like, you literally just, like, it's not like you're just co-opting the skins for the nostalgia. Like, you're actually capitalizing on the aspects of the show and warping them and twisting them into ways that make it psychologically, like, unsettling, right? Like, that to me is like the epitome of fucking taking something that already exists, right? Because when you're creating horror, like, yeah, you can do whatever you want, right? But it's like, if you're turning something, especially like a child's thing, into a horror, I think, like, to do it properly and to make it feel like it's authentic, there are certain things that you have to adhere to, right? Well, the infected custards make them go lose their minds, and Tinky Winky, the purple one, starts murdering brutally his friends, and the white Tubby needs to uncover what happened. And then you just add all these other elements into it, right? Like, okay, well, you've got the baseline, but it's like, how can we manipulate that by using these other aspects? I'm firstly writing the story that already happened, but with my style. And can you add in, like, new things? Like, just, like things that, like tiny, small things that just add to the atmosphere of it, right? That's what I'm talking about, right? Like, looking at it and saying, okay, what did they not capitalize on when they turned this into a horror? So that's when I would look at it. I would say, what are the fundamental things about Teletubbies? Like, the top 3 things. And then I would warp those and then keep them. Like, the happiness wouldn't just be sadness, right? Because it's like, the happiness and, like, the go-luckiness and childish, like, whimsical nature that they have. The opposite of that isn't, like, just sadness and, like, depression and, like, being killed, right? It's like, taking those beautiful things that you love and turning them into something that you can't stand anymore. And it's looking at something that you once thought beautiful and saying, I fucking hate this shit. And it's like conditional, like, programming for how you view an object, right? It's like an emotional connection towards an object. And then you want to take that object and change that emotional connection, right? Like, for instance, thinking about a knife. Okay, the happy-go-lucky Teletubbies look at a knife and they go, oh my god, birthday cake! Yay! Fucked up Teletubbies look at knife and go, oh shit, blood murder, death, right? Like, that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, they see the yellow sun and they're like, yay, let's go! They see the red sun and they're like, ah! You know? That's quite the arc of the white Tubby, because he is like the supervisor they're not aware of. He cared for them and watched them turn into that affects him. So he's kind of like the manager, right? Like, he would be the guy behind the camera making sure that everything works for the Teletubbies. Basically like the parent, right? And then all this shit is going on and you gotta fucking deal with all your shit. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Yeah, no, that's definitely... I like it when, like, I love twisting things like that if it's done. You can play the game, it's short, it's free too. I'm just, like, honestly, I'm just not a horror fan. Like, when it comes to video games. Like, I love watching them. I can't stand playing them because I'm fucking retarded. I am absolutely fucking retarded, and I can't if there isn't literally like an icon on my screen with an arrow pointing me where to go, oh meow, like now I'm gonna have to play this game just to show you how fucking retarded I am. Cause like, I guarantee you, I will not be able to do it. Okay, what's the name of the game? Is it on Steam? Like, how do I get this? And it's not like I'm gonna be intentionally trying. It's Slendy Tubbies 3. Not the main page. Is this it? Campaign? it's gonna take a bit to download. But yeah, sure. I mean, I'm literally retarded though. Like, I just really don't think you understand. I've tried this before. If I don't know what I'm doing, I am so lost. And like I had this happen fucking last night. I wish I had taken a video of it because I'm so fucking retarded. So I remembered seeing syrup in the fridge and I was like, I'm gonna have waffles. And then I spent like 15 minutes going through the fridge looking for fucking syrup. I'm like, I know it's fucking in here somewhere. I'm like, it's gotta be in here. And I'm like pulling everything out of the fucking fridge. And our fridge is like packed with fucking food and shit. We got like chili and chicken and fucking taco meat and fucking steak and shit in there. Fucking Uritin. And I'm like, well, they must have used it all, because there's only like that much left, right? But usually like that much syrup, like no one uses syrup. Like that much syrup could last 6 months, bro. Like legit. Unless it's like, well, I mean, my niece and my nephew don't really eat that stuff anymore. My sister doesn't really like them giving them sugar, so my mom doesn't really give them, my parents don't really give them, like waffles and syrup and shit like that. Because they go fucking crazy. Like, dude, you do not, like, you give them, like a fucking, like, tiniest little bit of sugar off the fucking wall. They cannot sit down. It's fucking retarded. And they're completely fine before that. And then they just crash out and they're just annoying as fuck because all they do is complain. It's like, no, just... It's like me. I don't do sugar well either. Like, it's just something in my family, you know? We just don't take sugar well. Like, we're all, like, kind of really, like, super skinny, healthy eaters. Like, just something about our diet, our metabolism, our way of life, man. I would much rather have carrots and celery than cookies. 100%. Celery with ranch, celery with fucking cheese whiz, celery with fucking peanut butter. Like, that shit is fucking banger, man. Mom just gave me her glare and I would sit down. Yeah. My parents, like, my sister does that. My parents, no, man. My parents are like, yeah, you know, it is what it is. You can hear them screaming downstairs, right? My parents are just, like, having fun. It's like, I'm just sitting here like, I can't stand this shit. Like, go down and play with them and tire them out a little bit. It's like, holy fuck. I'm like, I'm trying to think here, man. All I can hear is screaming. It's like, fuck. It's like, I can handle it, but it's like, I love it when it's like that, like, giggling, like, but this is like, just be normal, just giggle normally, just run around the house laughing, don't run around the house like you're a fucking zombie, or you're fucking, like, when it's unnecessary noises. Yeah, when it's unnecessary noises, it's fucking annoying, because, like, I know what you're doing. You're doing it on purpose, and I've literally had them admit to me that they do it on purpose, and I'm like, you fucking... That's what I did when how do I know? Because I did that when I was a kid, only I would drop to the ground and I would just start crying. I'd start crying and slobbering and snotting all over the carpet, and people would just fucking ignore me. Because it was just super fucking annoying. And I look back on it and I go, oh man, I was such a fucking retarded piece of shit. Oh my god, how did they not just, like, beat the shit out of me? Like, I'm the reason kids should get beat. Like, straight up, man. Oh my, and my high-pitched voice, like, I don't even like want to do how high-pitched I am. It's like, yeah, literally, the mic doesn't pick it up. It's so high-pitched, the mic with the noise cancellation doesn't pick that up. It's like half the time, sometimes I'll be sitting here going like, yeah, my mic doesn't pick it up. I'm going like, I'm going like, and trying to make like a machine sound, right? Like a factory sound, right? But it's like my mic doesn't pick it up because it thinks that it's like background noise. It's fucking retarded. So sometimes I'll be sitting here during ads doing random sounds and I look over and like my mic is just, there's no sound going through my mic. And I'm like, I must look like a fucking idiot. Because it would make sense if you could hear the fucking noise. But anyways, back to my story. So I searched for like 15 minutes, pulled everything. Scott doing Scatman mid-story is less annoying. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? It's just kind of one of those things. I mean, I try to put on a show. Sometimes we go over the top. It is what it fucking is, right? Shit happens, man. We like to have some fun, and sometimes it's not fun, you know? But hey, you live and you learn, right? So I'm like, fuck it. Because I literally, by this point, like, I already have the waffles ready. I'm just waiting for the syrup, and I can't find the fucking syrup. So it's like my waffles are now cold. So I pull the warm syrup, a new pack, out of the pantry, right? Open up the new one, pour my syrup, go to put it in the fridge, and where do I put it? Right beside the open, almost empty syrup. I wish I had filmed it. Because I'd be like Mandela effect. It was not there. It was not... Because there's like, in the back in the corner of the fridge, and this is where I saw it before, is there's 2 cans of peaches. And it's right beside the 2 cans of peaches. And all I could think is that I somehow moved it around while I was pulling shit out of the fridge, but I don't know. I was high as fuck, tired as shit after the stream last night. Now discern which syrup you were going to use. Well, I mean, you would assume you'd want to use a syrup that's this much left so you could get rid of it. You wouldn't want to use a syrup that's full. Now we have 2 syrups in the fucking fridge. And then they're going to ask me, why are there 2 syrups in the fridge? I'm just going to answer because I was fucking high and retarded. And they're going to be like, oh, okay. That makes sense, yeah. They're both going to be in there for like 2 years. You know that, right? I'm like, I'm going to have to eat more waffles now. I'm on a waffle diet now, guys. Waffles and pancakes. Let's go. Throw it down, bros. Throw it down. My family syrup disappears. I ate too many waffles. I mean, I literally, like, the last 2 waffles I had, because, you know, it's like, if you know, like, Eggo waffles, right? They come in, like, a pack of 8. And usually, if you're like me and you're not a hoarder, you eat 2 at a time, right? So you'll have 2, and then you'll put the top 2 on the other, and you'll have 6, and then you'll have 4, and then you'll have 2. That 2 set of waffles, I swear to God, has been in there longer than that syrup has. And they didn't taste, I mean, they were great. I just microwaved them to heat them back up, and fucking golden. Most of them pancakes, my mom. See, my thing is we used to have a lot, because we had a waffle maker and a grilled cheese maker. And what I would do is I would soft make waffles, like make them super soft, right? And then I would French toast them, and then I would put them back on and I would crisp them. Sometimes I'd cut them in half and put bacon inside of them. Make like waffle sandwiches and shit. That shit was the bomb, bro. That shit was the bomb. It's like once they, because like, there was a time, now I don't know if this is just like, because we never bought them, but I swear to God, before like 2000, like, they only had waffles. Like, they didn't have frozen pancakes. Or at least like where I lived here in Canada, like in like a small, like a small area of Vancouver, right? Like very tip of the edge of like the top part of the bottom part of fucking the outside of Vancouver in like the lower mainland, the Fraser Valley area, right? And when I was like 11 or 12 going shopping with my parents in like 2004, after we had like moved, so we moved in 2001 to another place in BC, like on the outskirts of Vancouver, because we were on the south side, and then we moved to the north side because my grandparents offered to help pay for a new house because they got like inheritance of some kind or something like that. So they're like, hey, we know you guys are struggling, we want to help you guys out. Well, it's not that we were struggling. We were living in a rancher, right? You know, it was just like three bedroom house, 3 kids. You know, me and my brother shared a bedroom. And it's just my parents, just for us growing up as teenagers, our parents just wanted us to have like more space. Like they didn't want me and my brother to be sharing a room when we're like 13, right? So they're like, well, we'd really like to get a bigger house, but we can't afford it. So my grandparents were like, hey, you know, here you go. And we were renting, so it was kind of, you know, one of those things. Then we bought the house, and it was like, fuck yeah, let's go. And then we sold that house and bought this house we are in now. Almost literally 20 years apart. 3, 2, 1, toke. And then seeing like frozen pancakes. I mean, like, wait, I don't have to eat waffles? Because like I'm just tired of waffles at this point, right? Like I was more of a porridge and waffle person than like cereal, right? Yeah, cereal was okay, but like I love my porridge. I love my fucking like breakfast foods and shit, right? Yeah. Waffles are like Canadian national food. It's true. It's true, because of maple syrup, right? So when I could switch over to frozen pancakes and I didn't have to make my own pancakes, I used to make pancakes. And I spent like 20 years going back and forth. I had like 4 years of waffles. I'd be like, I don't want waffles anymore. And I have like 4 years of pancakes. I'd be like, you know what? I don't want pancakes anymore. And I have 4 years of waffles. I don't remember the last time I had pancakes, actually. When was the last time I had pancakes? It had to have been an outing of some kind. When was... Actually, it might have been when me and my sister's friend was over from BC, like, on her birthday last year in August. So, like, 8 months ago? Because I remember she had made pancakes and we were just playing Catan. And I was like, you got any snacks? She's like, I got some pancakes in the fridge. And I was like, oh, dude, I remember, like, and then it comes back to another story, like, family reunions. They just, like, because there were so many kids and shit, they would just make, like, fucking massive stacks of pancakes. And I remember I would just, like, go into the fridge, grab, like, 10 pancakes, and I'd just walk around eating cold pancakes, like, the entire day, like, handing them out to other kids, being like, you guys want pancakes? You guys want a pancake? Oh, they're cold. I know. They got nothing on them, but they're still good. I just devoured that, because there's always shit left over, so I was always like, can I just, like, eat it? And they're like, yeah, go wild, you know? There's always food left over, and if we need more, we can just make more. It's not that hard to make a bunch of pancakes. It's literally, like, industrial, because they're all campers, and they all have, like, RVs and shit. So they just all bring out their waffle makers, and we got, like, 20 waffle makers, and pancake shit, and flat tops all lined up, and shit like that. Like, it's literally, like, it's fucking amazing. Okay, so what is this?
If we continue this love, baby, we won't have resolve. You love my guy named Justin Bieber. So hey, find a new guy. You come to try, but we then go out the door. Please don't
Music sounds so good, but the lyrics are so, yeah, that sounds like someone, I'm pretty sure, like, he memorized those lyrics phonetically. Like, he doesn't actually understand the words that he's saying. He's like, I make this sound followed by this sound, followed by this sound, followed by a pause, and then this sound followed by this sound, and then, so gay, kills me. And at the beginning, I just say I need to find another guy instead of another girl. Because I was like so confused. Because I missed the beginning because it's always fucking muted. And at the end, it's like, it's gay. They're so gay. And he's like, I need to find a guy. And I'm like, wait, what? Did that just happen? The fuck? Right? Cool story, bro. What's this download at? Is it done? Oh, apparently it's done. Okay. Okay. Well, we will set it up. We'll make sure it works, right? And then we'll read the story to get that out of the way. Now the question is, here's the question, Meow. Do you use WinRAR or 7Win? WinRAR forever. Yeah, sounds about right. WinRAR feeds me. WinRAR, it's like, dude, cause like way back in the day, the first PC I ever had, like we're talking like in 1997, right? No internet access. You had to like boot CDs from like MS DOS. So you had to like go into MS DOS and like find where the file was and like launch the game through DOS. And we'd have like a bunch of DOS games and stuff like that, like Commander Keen, Cosmos Adventure, Golf. There was like this like space shooter game. There was Albion. There was like action adventure type slash turn-based combat kind of stuff. Okay. So can I just like straight up play this? Me stealing the direct access of my cousin's games with my USB. God, the days of okay, windowed can only be at a certain I don't think we need a high resolution, so we just do 1080. I don't think we need 1920. Update now. Wait, I didn't... Wait, what? Oh, remind me later. Okay, I don't care about that. Yeah, this doesn't really work. I guess it has to be 1920, so we'll just do it in full screen. But hey, we know it works. So we'll just set it to the side here, and we will pull that out when we're done reading. Ads! Fuck ads! Goddamn ads! And unfortunately, I didn't get to go buy weed today. It's fucking again. I write this stupid snowfront story, and it's literally been snowing like 4 out of the last 5 days. I'm like, ah! Give me a nice day so I can have a nice walk. Melt all that snow. Get on my face. It's almost goddamn May, bitch! It's almost goddamn May! What is this? It's not fair. Some bullshit is what it is. Tell you what. Tell you what is some bullshit. Close this now. this, you. Welcome back. So you want to drop your story? We'll jump into it. And what are we on? 107 or 108? Did we do our Birth of Youth, or did we not read that? I think we did that, right? Oh no, maybe we didn't. We did. Oh right, because we were debating over it because you said it was filler, and then we never wound up reading it. I don't remember. My bad. Because this would be, like, we did 106 last time, so this would be 107. But I remember you saying something about filler. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I don't give a fuck. You know, I feel like for some reason we read the meeting, because it was talking about, like... But it doesn't have Meowscarada in it. It was something else. It was the Trinity's dialogue, the meeting that we saw. Because it was the three gods, right? Yeah. Birth of Young! Trinity's dialogue, yeah. That's the three of them, right? The three powers of nature. Essentially, the foundations of creation. 3, 2, 1, toke! Time matter and antimatter. Anti-existence or something. Oh, guillotine is confusing. Emptiness, right? The negative. Absence of existence. The nothing. But in and of itself, nothing is something. Such is the way of the world. Absence would be Kuyomi. Guillotine is something else. Jesus. Alright. Take a piss, be right back. Sounds good. Goodbye. Let's go. Tick tock, bitch! Tick tock, motherfucker! What? That's not how this works. That was never how this worked, bro. Get on with the game! Like, is this freaking... How long is this? Get into the fucking game. There we go. Like, is this a commercial? Is this like the fucking halftime show? Like, what's going on here? I want to see some StarCraft, baby. Let's go! Last one is a sunken puppy! I mean, what? No, that's not true. Sometimes, but not always. He's not gonna 4-pool. This isn't larva. It's the finals. This is a pretty far away season, though. Like, we still gotta, because the finals, as far as the schedule went, is May 24th. So we have round of 24, round of 16, round of 8. Round of 4 and finals. So that should be 5 weeks in total, with 2 weeks in between is 7 weeks. And that should be 4 groups. So 2. I think that's like 42 games. Or like 42 sections. Because I'm like, we only watched till the first seeds of the round of 16, right? I don't even think we only watched Group A and Group B. So we need Group C and Group D, plus the round of 16 and the round of 8. And I think the round of 8 is, like, hasn't even come out yet. Because I wanted to watch it all sequentially without just doing it slowly. So I was like, you know what? Let's just take a step back. Let's wait. That way we don't have an interruption and we can just play the entire season, 1 episode every day, and math it out so the final day we land on the 24th of May for the finale. And then we watch the finale live. I think that's the best thing to do. But anyway, sorry, I was just talking about StarCraft and what we're going to do for Season 21. But let's get into the story. Birth of Youth. The rain hammered Wyndon City with a kind of persistence that turned streets into rivers and hope into rust. In the abandoned warehouse district, or even the desperate, rarely ventured after dark, a woman named Haruka cradled her swollen belly and wondered if dying might be easier than what came next. 34 years of survival had carved every soft edge from her body, leaving behind something beautiful in the way broken glass catches light, sharp, dangerous, and utterly without warmth. She'd been 5 when her father made his promise. Haruka's father. Just wait here, little flower. I'll come back with enough money to give us both a better life. Ooh, shit! He went to get the milk and he did not come back. He gets stabbed? She could still remember his calloused hand on her head, the way his eyes seemed so certain he'd left for the opportunities in the city's industrial sector, chasing the dream of steady work and regular meals. 2 weeks later, Giratina's incarnation had torn through reality itself, and among the thousands whose souls were erased from existence entirely, her grandfather became less than a memory. Damn! Not dead. Deleted. Nah, minuscule event in part 1 where hundreds of thousands died. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's kind of a world-ending event, right? And if millions and millions of people don't die, is it really a world-ending event? I don't know. I don't know. At least 100 million, right? At least. I mean, 80 million, that's like, what, 1% of the population? Yeah. Versus, like... I mean, that's like, what, 3 cities? Some cities have more than that. Like... Natural disasters can kill more people than that. And... yeah, it's like a tsunami in, like, Japan, an earthquake in Japan. Like, their entire infrastructure is built so different because of, like, natural disasters and stuff, right? Yeah, 10 earthquake can kill that. Yeah. It's indiscriminate, right? It'll just wipe out, like, half the fucking island. It's like, well, shit, what do we do? It's like, it sucks so bad, because it's like, eventually, if things go the way that they are, like, Japan has been sinking as an island for, like, thousands of years. Right? So it's like, eventually, even if it's a couple thousand years in the future, eventually, the island is going to be completely underwater. That's just, you know, something you're going to have to contend with over time, with, like, a lot of geography. Especially if we get into an era of we're building cities to last, like, millennia, right? It's like, at that point, you really have to take into account, if you're planning for that city to be there for 5,000 years, you gotta plan on geographic changes over that extended period of time, right? Yeah, but a single entity going single-handedly and slaughtering all that in half a night is quite surprising anyways. Yeah, it's the unknown factor, right? It's like the things that you've prepared for, but it's not on the list, right? So what are you supposed to do? It's like you've trained yourself to have a certain reaction to, like, numb yourself in the case of, like, something like that happening, but something with, like, Giratina, where it's just, like, so beyond the scope of reality, it's like you can't even just, like cope it off of being like, well, you know, shit happens, natural disasters happen. It's more of like, it feels like a divine punishment from God because it's not coming from nature itself, right? Even though, like, technically it is divine judgment, but it's not divine in the fact of, I would think of divine judgment is like justice, right? Like those getting what, like, you know, yeah, but like a god enacting their abilities like that isn't necessarily divine, right? Divine is purity. And I don't think the justification, I mean, sure, you could say everyone isn't innocent, but at that point, like, that's indiscriminate, right? It's salvation from existence. For me, it's one of the big things of, like, if you're gonna have that kind of ideal and you have that kind of power, I think the evidence of you abusing that power is the fact that you do that to a select amount of people to cause the other people that you didn't affect to act differently. And I think that's the fundamental difference. If you just didn't want them to exist and it was true salvation, you would just wipe everyone out evenly. But no, you're hiding behind that ideology, right? Dinner time for me. Stop by to say hi, Scotty. I hope to return later. Alright, Blessed, sounds good, man. Enjoy your dinner. Good luck, good sir. No, he was killing everyone. No, Meow. I mean everyone on the planet. Like, you just annihilate the planet. And just, you instantly delete everyone in existence. Right? With the global territory. But like the problem is that he didn't kill everyone, right? That's the problem. You can't say it's salvation from existence if you're not going the full step, right? But he wasn't that strong yet with his vessel yet. And again, that's where it's like, you're a god, you should have figured that shit out, right? Like, I would blame him for that. And I would say that's your fault for not figuring it out. If you were truly trying to help them with salvation, again, you would make sure that you had did it in a way that no one knew that it happened, so there would be no, like, regret for it. Whereas it's like, if you just start somewhere and just, like, let's say you have a bubble, and that bubble expands a mile every day. Well, you're gonna cause a panic to everyone else trying to get away from that bubble. But if you just flick the Earth into the fucking sun, it's like, okay, well, they're all dead. Boom, gone. You know? To me, that's like, if you truly, really were a god like that, and your idea was, fuck this, I'm saving everyone from existence, that's what you would do. If you were really meaning to. Otherwise, you're like trying to like social justice warrior your way into fearing people to like, you know, change their ways, or you're just like being an evil piece of shit, right? It's like, to me, it's like there's no fineness with that when it comes to quote unquote divinity, right? Yet he would eventually adapt to his vessel and be able, but he was bored like 12 hours ago when he got Bond camp by the top globals. And see, that comes down to arrogance of being a god and even underestimating his own vessels, right? Like, that's where it's the problem for me, is like, at this point, he's claiming to be this all-powerful god that knows everything, and I'm gonna erase your existence because I know it's better for you. But he can't even figure out these small logistical problems. Your heart's not in it, man. You know? Like, that's how I feel about it, right? I'm like, I just don't feel like your heart's in it. But it's like, that's the story, right? Like, you can't, like, there wouldn't be a story if that happened, right? Unless this was like an aftermath where there was a previous civilization where they had destroyed it, and this was like a flashback of that, you know. But it's like an actual part of the lore today. Because he is sad because his siblings said, no, you bad idea. And he was like, okay, fuck you, I'll prove you wrong. And that's where it's like, to me, is like, you can use that as a way to basically indict Giratina into being like, this is why what you did was wrong. Right? Like, it's an explanation for it. And say, like, these are the loopholes in your justification. Which I think is, like, super powerful, right? Because even gods aren't, like, perfect like that. That's why there's 3 of them, right? So it's not just, like, this one all-fearing tyranny. It's actually, like, you know, something else. Yeah, they aren't perfect, exactly. Which makes it interesting, right? Because then it says, at this point, like it says, for humanity, humanity's worth, so let's flip the coin, right? Let's look at it from humanity's side. God says humanity doesn't deserve to exist, yet humanity beats that God back and stops that God from destroying humanity. I think that's the definition of proving that you deserve to exist, right? They are closer to mankind than they are to godhood. Like any number is closer to 0 than to infinity. That's a great way to look at it. I like that, Meow. I really like that. Yeah. Yup. 100%, bro. 100%. Not dead. Deleted. The difference mattered in ways a 5-year-old couldn't comprehend, but a woman of 34 understood too well. streets had razed for that. After that, not cruelly exactly, but with the indifferent efficiency of a system that consumed the weak and barely tolerated the strong. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, it's understandable, but like, because this is like my philosophy in real life, right? Like, if you have the ability to conquer someone else and put them under your heel, it's not fair, but life isn't fair, and that's just the way it is, right? If you can do it, you do it. And anyone who says they wouldn't, if you gave them the power, they would show you that they absolutely would. And I think that's like, this could be like a hot take, but that's what I think about, like, support. Like, outside of your country support. Like, we're not talking like, let's say like the war in Ukraine, right? Because it's like, okay, that's a sovereign nation attacking a sovereign nation. The UN, as soon as Russia attacked Ukraine, every country in the world should have just invaded Russia, removed the Russian government, removed Putin, and been like, yo, this is what happens if you fuck around. We ain't joking no more. Shut the fuck up, okay? You're a sovereign country. Get your shit together, right? Now, if it's not a sovereign country, like, let's say, like, there's a lot of countries in Africa, let's say, right? These aren't, like, the only reason why the guy is in charge is because he killed the people who were in charge. And he's hoping that more people just won't kill him to have them in charge, right? There's no, like, actual, like, governmental status. So it's like, how do you control an apparatus like that without fully establishing your own government? And the answer is you can't. You have to have the pre-establishing infrastructure of the government in order to do anything. So what I would say is, any country that doesn't have an established government like that, we just basically ignore them. Aside from, like, military intelligence to make sure that they're not, like, making a rocket or making a nuke or making something like that, right? So you just, like, keep them in the Stone Age, basically. So the only intervention would be if they tried to, like, do something fucking stupid with a weapon and you just bomb them back to the Stone Age. Other than that, if you don't have, like, a set-up sovereign government ready to go, I don't think, like, the UN or any other nation should interfere with you. I think it should be, like, the Prime Directive from Star Trek. If you don't have an established government, which would be the equivalent of, like, a warp drive, right? Then we can't interfere with you unless you're a threat, right? Does that make civils' lives in those countries matter less? They are still supposed to be protected by human rights. And see, Meow, this is where my problem lies. My problem lies in priorities. If you analyze the current world that we live in, we just don't have the bandwidth. So, in a moral and just world, you would take care of your family before you took care of a stranger. Right? If you had food and your family was starving and a stranger was starving, you would give the food to your family. And anyone who says otherwise either doesn't like their family or they're lying. Right? It's like people you know before people you don't. When everyone you know is like, and you've got like food out and you're like, why is no one eating? And they're all like, oh, because we're all full. It's like, oh, well, can we take this food and give it to someone else? Like, yeah, sure. The ones that don't have have family. That's true, Meow. That's true. Lol, you should run for the governor. Seems like you know what you're talking about. Based! Damn, bro. I mean, see, the thing is, I wanted to get into politics when I was a kid. But, it was like, do I want to get into politics or do I want to make movies? And I was like, I want to make movies. Because I took film in school. Like, we had, like, an epic fucking, like, $200,000 decked out fucking epic, video, like, place. We had a $50,000 Pro Tools 18 track, like, full on, like freaking 100-pound fucking, thing. Like, insane shit. Epic shit. So it's like, if I didn't go to a school that had a good film, I probably would have gone into politics. But yeah, because I'm a person who I believe in bandwidth. It's like, there are two things you have to consider. How far does your bandwidth go? And based upon that bandwidth, how narrow is your connection now, right? Because, like, if you spread your bandwidth too far, you no longer have any connection. So it's like you don't have any bandwidth. And I think the biggest problem with today is people getting paid. And I think this is specifically a monetary thing. Because if you look back to, like, the internet in, like, before 2010, let's say. Before, like, social media, like, influencing and, like, making money off of media became a big thing. And people became, like, I would say literally fake, like, investigative journalists that turned into, like, nuisance streamers that basically turned into the slop that we have today. And I think one of the biggest reasons for that is that these people, they've never seen the consequences of what happens when your bandwidth is put too thin. And it's a great point of what Meow said, if these people don't have families. I have two parents, right? My parents are together, they've always been together. I have very loving, very, like, amazing connection with my family. I have an older brother and a younger sister. My sister is married and she has 2 kids, right? My mom's life was kind of fucked, because, like, her parents' spouses swapped with the neighbors, and one of them took all the kids. So she has, like, 7 siblings. And, like, this was, like, when she was, like, 9. So it's, like, she basically spent her entire life, like, growing up with, like, people that were, like, you know, step-siblings, basically. So her family's huge on her side. And then her sister had 7 kids. And now, like, each one of those kids has, like, 3 kids. So it's like we were saying earlier, like, all the kids and everything, the family reunions, we have, like, a fucking 160 people. So it's like, when you have that connection and you understand what the difference is between those steps of, like, for instance, I would categorize it as immediate family, immediate friends, extended family, extended friends, like co-workers, maybe neighbors, people you see but you don't really interact with, like shopkeepers in your town, and then it's like, okay, from there, then we can go into, where does our bandwidth lie? Are we overproducing for what we need? If the answer is yes, well then we switch out our bandwidth. Our current problem is that we never learned to do this. Because there was a time when the current bandwidth that we had was enough. And we could support everything. And it was fine. And then, like, 2005, 2010, the 2008 financial crisis, housing crisis in 2015, like, everything just went downhill. And not only did we not narrow our bandwidth, we continued to widen our bandwidth, not checking what the actual connection status of that bandwidth was. And I think, like, we need to go back to the drawing board with a complete redraw of how we perceive morality in society. Because I think it is a moral... the ultimate... How would you say it's like the good ending, like the best ending for the world right now is a moral clarity check. For everyone to just take a step back and to look at reality and the situation that we're in and be able to save reality without having anything. And I think, again, this comes back to monetization. When I can say, What's a good example? I'm trying to think of one that's not like too extreme, something that wouldn't be stupid, but I can't come up with one. Cause I'm like, everyone I come up with, I'm like, wait, there's a clip for that. Okay, but you know how people do like eccentric headlines, right? Like 90% of the time when you see a headline, it has like nothing to do with the article, and we literally have a word for this now. It's called clickbait. And it has gotten so bad that people, it's like, how do you even say this? Before, it's like the answer to it was, oh, it's clickbait, well, don't listen to anything, right? But now, people look at it, they just immediately assume it's true, and they just go along with it. And when you try to change their mind later, you can't. And I think that's a huge problem with media. Because if you're paying people to get views, and the way to get views is to exaggerate and lie, well, you're gonna exaggerate and you're gonna lie because you're gonna get more money. And this is the one reason why I say I will never be a big streamer. Because I am alienating. I am confrontational. I am prejudiced. I am overt. But I like to have one saying: doing bad things to bad people doesn't make you bad. You turn the other cheek too many times, and you're gonna be put in the ground. I believe the word you're looking for is genuine. But see, my problem with using the word genuine, Sean, is the fact that I'm extremely hyperbolic. I try to be eccentric, but I try to do it in a way that is authentic. I think authentic is different than genuine. Because, like, I am ridiculous. I am over the top. I say stupid things, and I say things that I don't mean. You don't try, you are. That's a good way of putting it, Sean. Yeah, I just be myself, and myself has, like, extremes, right? Like, especially when I'm writing and stuff like that, like the imagination and everything like that, for, like, a good thing. And then for, like, bad things is, like, the fact that, like, for instance, I have been personally affected in multiple ways by, like, directly by the Canadian government because of my dad. And I've always, and the way I am is because this is how my dad taught me. My dad taught me to stand on his principles. And I can always say he did. And whether, you know, we were living on the street in a different reality because he lost against the government, the fact that he did not back down, he did not let that shit go, and he pushed as hard as he fucking could because he knew it was happening to other people too. I'm just like, I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't live up to that standard. And that standard is, when you believe something, explain why you believe it. And if someone has an argument against you, listen to the reason and their explanation. If they don't have one, you probably shouldn't listen to them. And I think that's generally how people should act, right? And that's why it's like, I try to find as many examples, I try to, like, say as many, like, angles and perspectives as I can, and I also am, like, a complete bullshitter in the fact of, if you call me out on something, and I can't give you an example, I'm bullshitting. And if you don't call me out on it, I'll never learn anything. So, like, there's tons of things that I'm like, I just believe this, I think this, but I don't actually have the proof to back it up. But if you call me out on it, I'll look up the proof and I'll see if I'm right or I'll see if I'm wrong. The problem is, I won't do it on my own. There are things I know that I've never looked up, never looked into, have no idea about, but I have a certain opinion about. And that's a bad on me for knowing that, still, like, advocating for it, pushing it, and talking about it. Instead of just, right now, researching it and Googling it. I'm just like, I don't fucking care. If someone calls me out on it, puts me on the spot, I'll find out if I'm wrong. Other than that, I'm just gonna say, fuck it. Right? And that's a very bad way to act. But, like, I have, again, you have a priority and a bandwidth, right? You have to stay within that. Like, it's not high enough on the priority list. I don't have enough bandwidth to deal with it. Fuck it off, right? Real Monique Rod, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow, my good man. I openly admit I don't know everything. Far from it, in fact. But if you can't explain your point of view, well, I can. Odds are you are wrong.
Thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested.
Yep.
Are you smoking?
Oh.
Just because it comes up on Google doesn't make it true. Well, that's why I said do research, right? Like I do research. Like, that's one thing about being an author. Is this is one thing I don't think people get enough of or do enough of. Like how much research do you do for your work?
3-pack a day, voice.
Because, like, I am constantly doing random research and shit. Let's see if there's one on here. Yeah, like, shit like this, right? Like, how would you design a castle? Well, if I'm writing and I want a castle, well, here's, like, the literal build-out of all the things that you would need for a castle, right? Or it's like, I love conspiracy theories, right? And just for the fact of whether they're real or not doesn't matter. I just love the idea of them. Like, how can I use this in my book? How can I make this a reality in a fictional world, right? Me, less than an hour total in all in the stuff I've written, yeah. I write, and if it's not lore accurate, then I change enough dialogues to make it lore accurate, yeah. And then, like, look, fastest animals. Okay, how fast can animals move and stuff like that? Like, this is stuff that's, like, always popping up on my feed from, like, different authors and stuff like that. Like, that's just ticks and stuff. Like, how do you use stones to use magic? And then it's like, I like taking things from real life that are part of actual things in real life and then putting them into my writing. Because when someone comes across it and they know about that stuff, like if you're big into, let's say, astrology, you'd be like, oh my god, this person knows about astrology because this, and this. And I think it just makes your writing more authentic when you're pulling things from real life. People like to make originality claims and stuff, but I think the most original thing is to take something that exists so you can hide Easter eggs inside of it and then build your own world around that. And that way you have substance to it, you know? See, because I had one with a bunch of jewels and it was like a bunch of instruments or weapons are another good one. And it's like this D&D account. This is a big one. It gives me a lot, and it's like most of this is like, yeah, from D&D stuff, and it's like all the kinds of colors of different stones and like what they do and stuff like that. Like I just love looking at this kind of stuff, right? So it's like a lot of the time, a lot of the stuff I'm doing for my writing is research. Like last week, what we did was looked up how the Vatican is structured as a government, and we copied that to make that the religion. So we have like the cardinals, we have the bishops, we have like the what's it called? Well, it starts with like a C. Curia. That's what it is. The Curia, and like all of that shit, right? So it's like if we go down to like, and we have like all the positions for like what they're doing, and we have like the 9 circles of hell for all of like the cardinals and stuff like that. Like, and then they're opposites, so you call them like what their opposite is, and it's like a reminder thing instead of calling them like, for instance, the cardinal of chastity, you call them the cardinal of lust, and this is to remind you through a second order effect about chastity, to say lust is what we must always watch out for. You must always remember that chastity is the cure for lust, right? It's kind of like a double entendre in a way. So it's like all of the places are named like that specifically to keep people in line. And that's like one of the mechanisms that the goddess uses as like a leash. So it's like if you're looking at this from like an outside perspective, you'd say, isn't this kind of a bad thing? And the answer is yes. And that's the whole reason, because there's all these plants inside of the story that if you look at it from like a religious side of like a divine god, you would say a divine god wouldn't do these things. Yeah, Sean. But it's like that's the way that they put it into people's minds, right? Like I'm talking about like in the book how I'm going to represent people's views towards this thing, right? It just happens to be that I picked the one that doesn't really work that well, right? Like greed and generosity. Like this is kind of like I was like I skipped limbo because I was like, that one's off. Maybe I should have skipped lust too. Because yeah, chastity isn't exactly right, but it's like wrath and like forgiveness, right? Like pride and like humility, right? Like direct counters. So it's like some of them work, some of them don't. So I will admit that was a bad example, right? But I think that also proves the point of, you know, it's not a perfect system, and those flaws inside of the system actually give you the nuance to be able to build up. Because, you know, one dot, yeah, sure. But there's gonna be like 50 different fucking dots, and you're like, man, another one? And another one? And guys, I'm starting to think this goddess is a fucking tyrannical bitch who don't want anyone to worship anyone else, don't want anyone to have any other ideology, and she punishes you, and not just you, but everyone around you, so it's like a group conformity thing. It's like, it's really fucked up the way that she has like a grip on religion. And then when you like seeing religion fall apart, because there's going to be like the how people act and stuff, how it was, like interviews with people, like interactions with NPCs, and like gaining people into your party. They're going to be talking about it, right? Because I want to use religion as like the main point and focus of the book, because I think that's like the most interesting thing, right? Like, oh, sci-fi, like I said this last time, sci-fi, cyberpunk, oh, that's been done. Techno, we don't really need to go into all the nuances of techno. It's been done. But infrastructure based upon captured miracles that are only granted through basically like slavery, essentially, and like indoctrination and complete and utter like just giving up your freedoms, essentially. And then when all of that disappears, like watching the nation fall apart, but still seeing the fact that it's like, look at how the nation used to be. It looked beautiful. It was amazing. And then it's like, oh, that all fell apart. But all the people in this amazing, great place were all like, fuck, man, I gotta, like, they're like internally bummed out with the way that they have to live in order for everything to just work. But now that the goddess is gone and all the miracles stopped, well, shit, now we don't have to act this way because we're not being beholden to this. So it's kind of like, even though everything's falling apart, there's still this kind of hopeful attitude towards this of the citizens, of being like, we may not have anything, but now we have our freedom. And it's like, that's kind of where I've been angling the story towards, this idea of chains through religion. And it's like, I really didn't want to go down that route that much, but it's like, I mean, we are doing the goddess and everything like that, so we're trying to balance the vision of a religious state. And because it's, I think, interesting, aside from a cyberpunk that's been done before, it's an emphasis for it. So it's not that I'm doing it because it's religion, I'm doing it because I think that the way that it's done is interesting. Or people will think that it's interesting, and it's something that I haven't seen done in this kind of style that gives it this, like, freshness, right? But I also don't want it to be like this, like, oh my god, another heavy-handed millennial fucking over-the-top religious banter. It's like, no, it's comparing, because there's just as much wrong with techno. When you go to techno, you realize the exact same thing. It doesn't matter whether it's religion, it doesn't matter whether it's technology, it's the fact that there is something that makes it so you have to act a certain way. And just knowing that you're trapped in that act just makes you want to escape. And that's the reason why Menos was made in the first place, because the origin of Menos is people that were in techno the thing is, you have to have an implanted chip in order to exist inside of Techno. If you don't have a chip, you literally can't do anything. So you would either eventually die, or someone would realize you didn't have a chip and they just, like, get you out of the fucking city. And if you get your chip removed, you can never get it put in again. But you can't leave the city with your chip. Well, like, the nation boundary, right, basically. So people were like, they felt like they were in a cage, so people willingly had their, implants removed, and they started their own kind of, like, Amish-style, civilization, but they have, like, all the knowledge of, like, science from Techno. And then eventually kind of the same thing happened with religion. And eventually the two places grew big enough that they had, like, a meeting point, right? And that's now what Menos is. And that's why it's like, if you look at a map of the world in this case, it would be like, probably more like this. So, like, this would be religion, and this would be Techno. And then they're at war. So it's like this whole kind of area here. It's like war zone, you know, off limits. And then they were like, okay, fuck this shit, we're gonna do our own thing. Fuck this shit, we were gonna do our own thing. And then it wound up just eventually being this. Like this, like, mixing zone, both religion and Techno, and then this would be like religion and this area in the middle dictates that it's artificial that these two sides have an ideology that keeps them at war. Because they're mixing here. If they're mixing here, they can mix here. This isn't a ideological strain, this is some sort of other strain, right? And it's like, most of this is influenced in some way, shape, or form from real life, right? Like, it's all influenced from real events, real ways that people look at things, different perspectives of different people that I know, and my own perspective on certain things, right? All trying to come together as someone who's like, in a world where a god does exist, and that god only wants to just basically... And the other thing is, like, the goddess doesn't really get anything out. It's not like, oh my god, the goddess gets more powerful the more people that worship her. No, she's just a greedy bitch that just wants people to only worship her and have control over them and tell them what to do. There's no, like, super nuance to it. She's just a bitch. And I like just having that simplicity to it, right? Because it's like, she's a bitch, but she's the god. And then there's the Akashic Field, which is just completely neutral, just straight facts. It just tells you how it is. It's just like, this is reality, right? It just gives you the information. It doesn't give a fuck about how you interpret it. It just gives you the information. So it's like there are two sides of a coin, in a way, right? But I'm like, the more advanced that I make the goddess, the more I feel like it outshines Akashic. So I'd rather keep them on a baseline of just being like, no, this is just like what would happen if you literally, like, if like some greedy bitch ascended to godhood. Literally. And it's like playing on the idea of consciousness as well. So it's like the possibility that this goddess that was controlling everyone was just this, like, evil entity from an alternate reality or an alternate dimension that just happened to have, like, the ability to affect the physical world, which would give it more credence to, like, just it being another level of consciousness, and that like all consciousness is fundamentally the same. It's just what in this case vessel. So it's like the idea of the goddess was like, you know, basically like dead or whatever, a spirit that's not in a body. Now that she's in a vessel, she can't do all that shit anymore. So it's kind of the idea of like, well, what happens if a character dies? Like, does consciousness just leave? And like, are you just a god and do you have your own world of your own kind? Or did she worm her way into finding a way to connect to it? And that's something where I'm like, I have to decide whether that's going to be even brought up in the story. It's something I want to consider as the author to see if there's Easter eggs I can put in to hint at it. But I don't know if I actually want an actual answer to it. Because I think not having the answer is important. Because it shows that even on like a celestial level, an interdimensional level of consciousness, it's like there's no such thing as divinity, there's no such thing as purity, or like, you know, like 100%. It's not like you ascend, you leave human flesh, and all of a sudden you're a good person. It's like, no, there are evil spirits, there are evil people do bad things. Just because you're in a vessel and do an evil thing doesn't make you evil. But some vessels and some people are just, some spirits are just evil. And she just happens to be one of these that got to a level that was just way too much, and she found a way to interact with physical reality, and she became a fucking goddess. And thank God this machine came by in order to stop her from being able to infiltrate the world, basically. So it's kind of like, but it also gives you the question of the aftermath of like what happens after we die. Because I love my stories having elements of consciousness, because consciousness to me is like the most interesting thing to like dissect. Of like, how could you in a fantasy world with no actual rules perceive what a consciousness could be? And then I work my way with that of like, how can I develop this into, you know, an interesting story that someone would want to listen to or want to read or want to know. And how do I do that? Well, I just know if I want it. But I have bad taste. That's my biggest problem. I have like the worst taste in shit. Because I'll be like, dude, I think this is fucking awesome. And then everyone will be like, no, that's lame and bullshit. And I'll be like, well, I think it's cool. Fuck you, guy. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from. And then I'll like change it to be like cool in a way, right? Like incorporate that element of it. But it's like, I like being off the wall, eccentric and odd. So it's like, it does have a clash at certain points with that, right? 3, 2, 1, go! Alright. But, I mean, sorry, Meow. We kind of got extremely sidetracked there. My bad, bro. You got... I look at Pokemon more not because I want to, because I need comic detail. Billy feels so embarrassed. Hey man, like I said yesterday, the only reason why I watch hentai is because if I watch normal porn, sometimes I will just randomly have the idea of like, wait, are these people doing this because they want to? Have they been forced into this lifestyle? Are they being blackmailed? Is this something that they regret? Is there something I don't know that's going on that could be above and beyond? And I'm just instantly out of the mood and I'm like, fuck, now I'm just guilty. Now I watch hentai, I don't give a shit, because it's like, well, they drew it. They knew what they were doing when they drew it, right? You can't fucking... I mean, you know, I was gonna say, well, you can't take advantage of fiction, but I'm like, okay, even fiction has lines, right? We all know, right? Fiction has lines. Just treat it like anything else. Right? I mean, you can go further with certain, but we all know what the fuck I'm talking about, okay? Watch whatever you want, and I'm going to jail first. Yeah, I'm like, we all know, okay? Because it is like one of the things of like, people don't want to say it, right? But tentacles are technically bestiality. No one wants to say it, but it's like one of those things where it's like, to me, it's like a double standard. Where it's like, well, I mean, I understand, but at the same time, it's like, well, it's calling a fruit a vegetable, if you know what I mean. It's like, why are we drawing the line here? And we all know the reason why tentacle exists. Well, that's what I mean. It's like, if you look, like, guys, we can all admit, tentacle hentai is normal. But the second you do anything besides tentacles, I'm sorry, but I just think that's fucking weird. But I don't think that tentacles are weird. And that's a double standard. But it's like, the reason why is because of, like, the banning of, like, drawing penises. That's where tentacles came from, because they couldn't do penises, so they literally used it as a loophole, and then it just became super popular, because people are fucked up. But it's like, you know... Exactly, because it's normalized. Tomato is fruit that's called a vegetable. Exactly, Sean. Exactly, because a vegetable, definitionally, is a seed. A fruit has seeds. No, tomato is a type of car. True. True. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I can definitely get behind that. But yeah, that's me talking about my views on stuff. Because everything at the end of the day has some sort of base foundation, and then that base foundation has another base, like I don't know if and by the time you get, like, to the bottom, you're just back at the top. It's like a continuous, just feeds into itself, right? You can never truly reach bedrock with it. It's like, that's one fun exercise I'd like to do, is how deep into it can you get? Vegetables, we eat the stalk. Nut, we eat the seed. Fruit, we eat the pulp around the seed. Tuber, we eat the root. Then, there's things like lettuce, where we eat the leaves. And guys, know this, Sean is like a legitimate farmer, so he knows this shit. He is like if you, like, this is what I was thinking, Sean. I need you for references for fucking ads. Eat the cocoa's nut. That beautiful white, juicy, sweet nut. I actually don't like coconut. I am not a fan of coconut. Ads, dad rads, it's the ads. Let's go, hit 'em up. It's on, let's go, it's on ads. I'll tell you when I add to you. Do you ads with me? I'll do your ads, not see what I am at. At least it's Mortal Kombat trailer. Oh, the new Mortal Kombat? Damn, bro. Damn. Yeah. True. Absolute fucking banger. So I used to do Diablo tomb runs with Mortal Kombat 10-hour loop, and then the next day it'd be Dota on a 10-hour loop. And then it'd be like Around the World, Daft Punk, 10-hour loop. And you just do like 10 hours of like fucking tomb runs. that shit was the day, man. Back in the fucking day, in like 2011, like after I graduated, 2010, 2011. Oof, peak video gaming. My first personal computer with internet connection. Oh man, we were playing Diablo. We were playing Final Fantasy. We were playing Guild Wars. We were playing WoW. We were playing fuck. I don't think Fable has online stuff, so I don't think that would have mattered. But Fable, what's sort of the big game that we're playing then? Fuck. I wasn't playing Skyrim yet. Fuck. StarCraft! And that was around when StarCraft 2 came out. So yeah, it was StarCraft and StarCraft 2. Oh, fuck yeah. Fucking Wings of Liberty, dude. Oh my god. Using Banelings for the first time. Holy shit. Oh man, Zerg was so good. 3, 2, 1, toe! Okay, let's get to it. Here we go. By 12, that beauty was currency in an economy that never closed. By 16, their body was the only asset that continuously appreciated in value, at least for a while. Clubs seemed like salvation at first. Climate control, security, regular meals. All cost was everything she might have been if the world had been different. She'd dance, serve drinks, smiled at men whose names she forgot before they finished introducing themselves. Later, when dancing wasn't enough, she'd done other things, always with that same empty smile, the one that suggested availability was revealing nothing. Availability while revealing nothing. Now, at 34, even that was failing her. Pregnancy had been an accident. She'd been careful for so long, but careful wasn't perfect. And perfect was a luxury she'd never been able to afford. The father could have been any of a dozen men, none of whom would have cared, even if she'd been able to identify them. The baby kicked, and Haruka's hand moved automatically to her stomach. Inside, life persisted with the same stubborn determination that had kept her breathing all these years. She hated it a little for that, loved it too, in the complicated way that survivors loved anything that reminded them they were still capable of feeling. Haruka. Just a little longer, she whispered to the rain, to the baby, to herself, just until I figure something out. 8 months later, she named him Ryuji, Dragon Ruler, because irony was free and dreams cost nothing. He'd been born during a thunderstorm that knocked out power to half the district, arriving into a world lit only by emergency generators and the occasional lightning flash. A midwife at the clinic, one of those exhausted saints who worked in charity cases, had commented on his unusual calm. Most babies screamed. Ryuji had simply observed, his dark eyes taking in his first moments of existence with something like resignation. Haruka had laughed at that. Bitter and genuine in equal measure. It's like, you seen that meme of, like, the baby, and it's like, when you reincarnate into, and you realize you're not in a third world country, and it's like the baby, and he's like, as soon as he opens his eyes, he just has that, like, half-smile smirk, like, yeah, I hit the jackpot this time, motherfuckers! So fucking funny. Even though you probably know he's staring at tits. Probably some nurse there with her jugs hanging out, and he's like... I get the meme, yeah. Yeah. I've seen it. Yeah, it's fucking great. Love that shit. He already knows what kind of world he's in. Club let her keep in a storage room converted into a makeshift nursery. The other girls took turns watching him during her shifts, cooing over his serious expression and the way he rarely cried. He was a quiet baby, undemanding in the way of children who learned early that demands weren't often met. Haruka loved him with the fierce desperation of someone who'd never had anything worth protecting before. She hated him with the exhausted resentment of someone whose body had become even less her own than before. The years passed in a blur of calculated survival. Ryuji grew from infant to toddler to child with a peculiar resilience of those born into difficulty. He learned to walk in the narrow hallways behind the main stage. His first words were a mixture of street dialect and a careful pronunciation Haruka insisted on, as if proper grammar might somehow elevate him above their circumstances. I mean, that's a good idea, straight up. Like, if you want something good for your kid and you know you're not in a good place or you don't know, like, good grammar and you don't know that shit, but you want to teach them right, it's like a good learning opportunity for both of you, right? Instead of being like, I fucked did nothing! I finna do this, bitch! It's like, oh my god, shut up, bro. Learn how to talk. I mean, what? I told you, okay, if I can do it like this, you can do it like that. It is not about the accent, okay? It is about the words that are coming out of your mouth, okay? That is what it is about. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, okay? By the time he was 6, he developed a fierce protectiveness toward his mother that manifested in small ways. Bringing her water after long shifts, rubbing her feet with his small hands, never complaining when dinner was whatever the kitchen staff hadn't sold. He was a good boy. Too good for the life they were living, which made what happened next both inevitable and unforgivable. Crazy Dave dialect. It's like, okay, so what you do, how you do that is you do brown, right? Like, you do the brown accent, and then you pretend that you're like, what the fuck, I forgot his name as soon as I started, or the Dave Chappelle. Like, you're crackhead Dave Chappelle, and you're like freaking out, and that is how you do it. You're like over the top, and you're like over the hands, and you're like, oh my god, what are we doing here? I don't know, but it is they said a free crack, bro, that was what it is. I see the words growing belly. Oh, thank God. I see the words growing belly. Words growing belly. A words growing belly. I mean, I'm like imagining that, and I'm like, this just sounds weird, but I'm like, I know what you're trying to say, and I know there's a way to say it that it makes sense. I just can't do it. I just can't. Which made what happened next both inevitable and unforgivable. The second pregnancy had been different. He means inflation. Wait. That took me a second. Nothing more terrifying to me than the thought of being reborn with my full personality intact and active from birth, except that while becoming female. True, Sean. Yeah, I assumed inflation. Alright then. Second pregnancy. What about when you get boobs, Sean? Wouldn't that be sweet? Yeah, but you don't have, like... Like, they're yours. Like, it's different, right? They're yours. I don't know. I just think it's different if they're yours. Something about someone else's tits. Right? I don't know. Because, like, if you have the same mind, you'd still have, like, a male mind, right? So you'd probably be a lesbian. It would be more terrifying to be in a body I felt was attractive because it would cement that others would find me attractive. That's an interesting thought, Sean. Because it really does, that sentence, Sean, like, illuminates truly the male perspective. No, Meow, I think it's the male perspective. Like, males, on average, do not find themselves, like, or think of themselves as attractive. Right? Like, just in general, it's generally not a male thing of, like, thinking themselves attractive. Most people make themselves look attractive to other people, but the main problem that men have is no matter what, like, it's the same thing, and this is it's not just a problem that women have. This is a human problem. Chicks can't stand the way they look, but society makes them have to look away. Dudes can't stand the way they look, but it doesn't matter, so they don't do anything about it. And that's like a mentality towards physical appearance. And yet men are like, if I had the option, I would date a, like, the higher end hotness, but only to a willingness of crazy. Because we all know hot and crazy scale go with each other. So, like, it doesn't matter because men are mostly judged on things they cannot change about their body. And that's another thing too, Ahab. You know, mainly, I would say things like nose shape, jaw shape, right? Like stance height, right? And like dick length. I think those are like the main ones. Like but a beard can hide your jawline, right? A big nose or a fucked up nose, and it's like the reason I say that is because like I've broken my nose like 6 times. Like my nose is crooked because I've broken my nose so many times. So I'm like, I can understand. Yeah, I'm retarded, and it's not. I've only ever been like in a fight like 3 times, and I've never actually been like struck in the face or hit or anything. I fell into a couch. I fucking smashed myself on the trampoline. I've fucking fallen off of shit. Like, climbing trees and stuff. Like, I've just multiple times broken my fucking nose. So I'm like, yeah, you know, my nose isn't fucking perfect. I can say I look good for what I am, but that's the limit. But, were I suddenly a woman's body and I felt attractive, I would mean other men would think I was attractive. I'd be terrified at the damn time. Couldn't be in a lesbian relationship because she'd want to reciprocate and I wouldn't want to be touched. I could see that. I mean, straight off to the nunnery, right? I mean, why not? Haruka was 39 now, and her body, already pushed beyond reasonable limits, responded to this new invasion with exhausted rebellion, morning sickness that lasted all day, swelling that made walking agony, weight loss despite the growing belly because she couldn't keep food down and clients didn't pay for skeletal. Take that further and make a noble's daughter whose marriage is arranged. Suicide situation for sure. Especially, it's like, that would suck, is knowing what you know now and like being born like back in the day, and it's like, even though you know everything that you know now, it's like it doesn't help you in any way, because it's like no one listens to you, no one believes you. In fact, people think you're crazy, and they like call you a witch or a wizard or the fucking demon or something, because it's like, oh yeah, I know how plants work and you can do this. It's like, he's possessed! He has knowledge of stuff he shouldn't have knowledge of! right? It's like, oh my fucking god, shut the fuck up, bitch. You could just smother your face in grease every day and munch nothing but fast food and never walk. That would fix your problem real quick. And then, Ahab, what you do is you make AI fake, deep fakes on the internet for Findom. And then you're set for life. There are men who find that attractive, so that wouldn't work either. But you wouldn't interact with anyone, Sean. So no one would ever know. No one would ever know you. You could literally have Uber just drop shit off at the door, and you could have like a little, like, Roomba that, like, you know, you could tell them, okay, open the front door, put the food on the Roomba. Or like a remote control, like little car, like dumpster thing, like, you know, like excavator or like thing like that. You become a lolcow. True. Absolutely. You could be like fucking, what's her fuck? That fat bitch. Denims. And talk about shit that you're just too retarded to understand. It is what it is, right? Never wipe, never use a toilet. Post it all on the internet, never wash yourself. Denims is the hot one. Wait. Am I thinking of the wrong person? No, I'd be putting activated charcoal in the fire and close the damper so the toxic fumes would put me to sleep. Frogan. Oh, the Muslim. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm retarded. But yeah, we all... There's plenty of them out there. She knew... The father. She knew this time. One of the regulars who'd gotten rough despite the rules, who paid extra for the privilege of pretending protection wasn't necessary. Denims is shocker. A hot girl with bad opinions. Quite a rarity. Wait, is she like the brunette? The brunette with OnlyFans? With like a Dakota type accent, like southwestern accent? Yeah, okay. I mean, people aren't listening to her, they're just looking at her. And yeah, you can expect, because usually fat people get put in, like fat chicks get put in their place. So it's like they're not as extreme as like the skinny hot bitches who everyone just puts up with what they say, never corrects them and encourages them because they try to fuck them, right? So then they just turn into fucking retards. But the fat ones have no fucking excuse. They're just straight up retards because everyone's put them in their place and they should have fucking learned by now. At least I'll give the hot bitches the benefit of the fact that no one's ever put them in their place. That's how I think about it. Father, she knew this time. One of the regulars who'd gotten rough despite the rules, who'd paid extra for the privilege of pretending protection wasn't necessary. Hey, Scotty. Yo, what's up, Relic? How's it going, my man? What you at? What you got? What you got? What you at? Where are you doing, my man? How's your day? Yeah, they got hit mid-30s before that happens. Everyone knows that when you hit... It's like the Simpsons meme, right? Like... you know, like the buzzer thing going off and being like, wait, I'm not even, and it's like, you know, new hostess, and it's like, new hostess, fuck you, Relic. Yo, Prol, what's up? Did you both arrive at the same time? That is fucking hilarious. Guys, this might be a struggle here. We're 2 hours in, and I've read, like, 200 words. Shit, man, we gotta start reading. Play the game before Relic just to annoy him. I can't do that, Meow. I can't. I mean, if I hadn't wasted an hour and a half talking about bullshit, I just got here. I can't be blamed. I was literally talking about bullshit for like an hour and a half. Okay, That's all on me. I'm still talking bullshit. The house had let it slide because he paid well, and Haruka was aging out anyway. Soon she'd be one of those women who haunted the edges of the district, picking up whatever work their fading looks could still command. She gave birth to a girl in the same charity clinic during a heat wave that made the air itself feel like punishment. They named her Yuki, Snow, because hope was cruel and mothers were capable of cruelty when it was all they had left. Ryuji, now 8, held his sister with the reverent terror of someone handling spun glass. Haruka had looked at her son, with the determination already hardening on his child's face, and felt something inside her finally irrevocably break. The decision came 6 months later, on a night when the rain returned with a vengeance. I'm saying this for now. Please, no one mess with me. I'm having a serious family issue. My brother has been MIA for 10 hours plus while on drugs, and I have police involved. I'm here to unwind. So for the stream, please, no one fuck with me unless it's softly. Damn, Rug, that sucks, bro. My dad's brother, massive fucking homeless druggie, you know, through proxy, him being my uncle, is like, I've been there in some capacity, so that sucks, bro. Haruka sat in the storage room, counting the mirror. Meager bills from her last shift. 3 clients in a week. Barely enough for food, let alone the rent the club had started charging for their room. Yuki coughed in her sleep. A wet sound that suggested illness they couldn't afford to treat. And this is like, Relic, this is a great example of a civilization. Right? Where it's like something happens and it upsets the norm and it's an emergency. This is what we save, like, things for, is emergencies, right? It's like, we don't need to instigate a law that takes away our privilege of banter because someone's having, like, a bad day or something, right? We can come together as a society if the person asks us to not do what we would normally do because it might be off-putting for them in that moment. Like, I think the only civilized answer to that is, holy shit, yes, sorry, man, you know? And if you don't feel that way, I feel like you don't have the foundational appreciation of what a society should be. My brother made suicide statements and police can't force entry yet. It's been over 10 hours. It makes no... Wait, Relic, how long until you can do a wellness check? Because can't you just immediately call for a wellness check? What do you mean they can't enter? And especially if he's made threats about suicide. And I'm guessing, like... I'm guessing he's not at a point where you can just go to his house. Right? Because, like, my uncle lived on the island, on, like, Vancouver Island. So it's like, when we were, like, hearing about shit and stuff, it's not like we could just go out there and help him. Right? Honestly, I would take the B&E charge and lawyer up. I think if Relic could go over there and check himself, I think he would. I think this might be just one of those things where it's like, if they live somewhere else, they live far enough away, it's not plausible to go there. Because, I mean, if it's life or death, I'd absolutely take the breaking and entering charge. Because your brother's not going to charge... If the homeowner doesn't charge you, then, like, the police can't charge you without the homeowner charging you. Right? Anyways, yeah, let's take a step back from this. You're right. Sometimes leaving was the only love you could offer. She left before dawn, taking nothing but the clothes she wore. No note. What words could possibly explain no goodbye? What would have required a strength she didn't possess? She simply walked out of the storage room, out of the club, out of their lives, telling herself with each step that they'd survive. They were young, resilient. The streets would teach them as they'd taught her. They'd adapt or they wouldn't. But either way, it wouldn't be her failure anymore. She was wrong about the survival. She was right about the adaptation. Ryuji woke to absence. Not the temporary absence of his mother at work, but something deeper. What game are you planning on playing? It's called, Slender Tubby. Or something like that. Is it Slender Tubby? Slender Tubbies. It's like a horror, Teletubby game. I've done 3 wellness checks in 10 hours. 2 non-emergency and 1 911 call. All times he did not answer the doors. I told him he might be either OD'd or on the floor or he has hurt himself, and the police say they have no confirmation he's there, so they won't enter. But I agree with you, Relic. That's the most retarded thing ever. They should break into the house. They should absolutely break into the fucking house. That's so retarded. Not the temporary absence of his mother at work, but something deeper, more final. The room felt different. Be right back, he just called me. Oh shit! Praying! I'm praying, Relic! I'm praying, bro. May the Lord be with you, my friend. All the good wills, all the good vibes, all the good feelings. Not the temporary absence of his mother at work, but something deeper, more final. The room felt different, emptied of more than just her physical presence. Yuki stirred against him, her 6-year-old body seeking warmth he could barely provide. Where's Mama? She asked, voice thick with sleep and the congestion that had been plaguing her. Ryuji knew with the instinct of someone raised on broken promises, but he smiled, the expression automatic and empty in a way no 8-year-old's smile should be. She had to go to work early. We'll see her later. The lie came easily. It would be the first of many. By noon, when the club manager came to evict them from the storage room, Ryuji had already packed their few possessions into a plastic bag he'd found in the garage. Yuki's confused tears as they were escorted out tore at him, but he now kept his own expression carefully neutral. Crying was energy, and energy needed to be conserved. The streets of Wyndon's warehouse district became their world. During the day, they'd scavenge through dumpsters behind restaurants looking for food that was merely old rather than rotten. Ryuji learned quickly which establishments threw out edible waste, and when creating a mental map of survival that he never shared with Yuki. She didn't need to know how precarious their existence was. Nights were harder. Fucking ads. Ads! 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 Fuck! No! Ads! Bitch! No one wants your ads! So give me more ads, 'cause you give me what I don't want. You say it's what I need, but it's more of what you need. I don't need what you need, 'cause your need is a want. But my want is a need. Ads. Trust them. Do you trust ads? I don't. They break promises all the time. They says they get me what they want, and I says that no, it ain't gonna be what it does, and they go up and down and over and that, and I say you got what you said you did. It was a no. I don't believe what you did. You said you got that. Did what? No, that's not how ads go. I said ads see you, don't see ads. I know. Trust me. 3, 2, 1, toke. Fuck, message me for mine. I have to pick up my dumbass sister from the military base. Lol. No worries, Prawl. Probably gonna be a while, bro. Probably gonna be a while. But we'll get there. We'll get there. The warehouse district offered plenty of shelter, but most of all, it came with danger attached. Squatters, addicts, and worse, haunted, abandoned buildings. Yeah, just let me know. Sounds good. It's like free Slendy Tubbies of Scott Reed's. Bad day for siblings, I guess. Next thing you know, I'm gonna find out something happened with my brother and my sister today. Shit, guys. Shit, guys. Usually I'm the one. Oh no, it's probably they're gonna learn that I did something. That's what it's gonna be. I'm the black sheep in this situation. Ryuji found them a spot in a maintenance tunnel. Okay, bye. Sounds good, Pearl. Drive safe or travel safe, however it is, you know. Godspeed, and may the world be with you, friend. Ryuji found them a spot in a maintenance tunnel beneath the old textile factory. Dry, relatively warm, and small enough that adults couldn't easily follow. He'd lined it with newspapers and fabric scraps, creating something almost like comfort. They're gonna find out you're a Twitch streamer and be incredibly sad. They all know that I'm a Twitch streamer. That's why I told them so they knew which one to avoid. Same with my parents. I'm like, yeah, okay. So you see this? Don't go near that. That's me. You don't want any of this. Think I'm bad in real life? You should see me on stream. It's our secret base, he told Yuki, trying to make it sound like an adventure. Just you and me. She believed him because she needed to, curling into his side each night with the trust of someone who had one person left in the world and couldn't afford to doubt them. The cold was the worst part. Winter in Winden was mild by global standards, but mild was relative when your clothes were threadbare and your body carried no excess fat for insulation. They'd huddle together in their tunnel, Ryuji wrapping himself around Yuki, trying to provide warmth he didn't have to spare. Sometimes he'd tell her stories, half-remembered fairy tales their mother had occasionally shared, mixed with fantasies of better futures where they lived in a real house, with consistent heating and food that wasn't salvaged. When I grow up, Yuki would whisper against his chest, I'm gonna have a huge bed and tons of blankets. Me too, Ryuji would agree. And we'll share it, so we'll never get cold again. It was during one of their scavenging runs, nearly 2 years into their street existence, that they first encountered the Beacon Order. Ryuji had noticed the compound before. It was hard to miss, with its high walls and the sense of controlled power that radiated from within. But he dismissed it as another place that had nothing to do with people like him. Like them. That day, however, hunger had made him bold or desperate. The distinction hardly mattered. He'd noticed delivery trucks entering through a service gate and wondered if their kitchens might have waste worth investigating. Yuki waited outside, too weak from days of unsuccessful scavenging to accompany him over the wall. He barely made it 10 meters inside before security descended, not roughly, but with the efficient firmness of people who dealt with intruders regularly. A Machamp in a gray uniform lifted him with one of its 4 arms, carrying him back to the gate with the dispassionate efficiency of someone taking up the trash. Kitchen's that way, the Machamp said, pointing down the street. Soup shop 2 blocks over gives out free meals after 3. Ryuji, we tried, Ryuji said, not quite able to keep the frustration from his voice. 2 Nacho 4! Yo, what's up, bro? Welcome, welcome. What you at? What you got? What's good, my man? How's your day going? What you doing? Ryuji said, not quite able to keep the frustration from his voice. He ran out. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication. Here we do a little bit of reading, a little bit of writing, a little bit of this and that, a little bit of tangents, a little bit of beta reading to express your stuff. Yo, what's up? What? I'm back. How'd it go, Relic? Did everything go good? Is he all good? And how's it going? What you doing? What you at? What you got? Sup? What? What's your day look like, bro? How, since you finished chapter 9, have you started chapter 10 yet? What? Machamp's expression didn't change. Something in its posture shifted slightly. It reached into a pocket, pulling out a few crumpled bills. Don't come back here, kid. This isn't a place for civilians. Ryuji took the money because pride was another luxury he couldn't afford. But as he walked to where Yuki waited, he felt something watching him. Not the Machamp, something else. Something that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up, despite there being no visible threat.
Drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch.
True, Ahab.
Do not go to the bathroom.
True.
Have another Coke.
Exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, you know what you're doing, Ahab. Like, mint, bro. Like, peak, prime, whatever you want to say. Cinema, right? 3, 2, 1, toe.
Somebody gonna get hurt real bad.
Or why would you do that to me? Or why would you do that, Ahab? I started it while you were eating the 9, but I did have another story idea for the story earlier, and I might start it the 1, 2 part. Oh, it is very hard to keep it going while I am coughing my ass off my door. But it makes it all better that I can do it. So fuck your Ahab. You know what you did. I am not ordering it against you, but I am calling you out on it, okay? So everyone else can see they can hold it against you, but I will not, okay? It is just in the front blind. That is all that matters. What is your other idea? What? What idea do you have? What is idea?
Go back to normal,
what's
bitch.
idea?
This shit-ass accent
What
killing
is
me.
what's ideas? What? Scotty's Indian guy named Hashish? No, it's hard binder. If I went to Indian, you know, the Indians come over here and change their name to like George from Hukabash and Gugupavada. That's fucking. That was bad, but you know what I mean. Hard binder. Hard binder. Because Harbinder, like, you know, ushering in the end, the Harbinder of destruction. I am the Harbinder. Harbinder! That is my name, Harbinder. It's like my brother's name in Final Fantasy 14 is Suave Ren. And it's Sovereign from Mass Effect. It's kind of hard to explain without giving away the plot. Fair enough, what? Fair enough. Tsukami stood at her office window, observing the interaction through glass that could withstand Kyoku-level impacts. Her energy, refined over decades, allowed her to sense energy potential in others, a useful skill for identifying recruits. The boy who tried to infiltrate their compound barely registered. Senator's signature so faint it might have been civilian background noise, except there was something there, buried deep, compressed by necessity and hardship, but unmistakably present, potential that hadn't awakened because it had never been given reason to. She watched him collect the smaller girl, sister, based on the resemblance, and lead her away in the protective certainty of someone far older than his apparent 10 years. There's a bug in Pragmata that turns the little girl black, not even a joke. I named the bug version Diana Dolazol? I don't get it, Ahab, but that's fucking hilarious. That's like, for Christmas, my dad got my my niece last year a Barbie doll, and he was like, "What the fuck?" when he got it. Rachel Dolezal? No. Who is that? And the Barbie was black. She's transracial. Wait, transracial? What the fuck? What do you mean transracial? I have never heard of that before. Now that I've heard about it, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. People are fucking retarded. Who is that? Exactly? Exactly. What do you mean transracial? Yeah. I will, now that I'm thinking about it, if they're literally just being satirical to show how ridiculous, like, changing your gender is, like changing your race. She's a white lady that just said, "I'm actually black now," basically. She's 100% serious. Okay, I didn't doubt that, but the thought in my head of, like, okay, I could understand if you're, like, doing that as satire, just to show how ridiculous it is. And she's white, and she's claiming that she's black. Now, if you're black and you're claiming that you're white, I'm like, yeah, I totally understand, bro. What do you mean you calling me black? Look at my skin, bitch. I'm white as fuck. Shut the fuck up. And it's literally like Usain Bolt, or like Kash Patel, or like, who's another like good example of a different race? Like Cheech, or like a BTS model, or like, you know, Bobby Lee. Yeah, I gotta agree with them, because if not, they'll beat me up. I'm joking. Yeah, I know. Those are the kinds of people that you definitely want on your side, are the people that, if you don't agree with them, they want you dead. We found out yesterday that's not a good thing, guys. I'm just so glad that I'm not American, so whatever happens, I just don't have a say in it, right? I can't be like, I lost the election, and that, it's just like, I just don't have any power. I'm Canadian. You know, we're influenced, but I don't actually have a vote, right? So it's like, whatever happens to America, it's like... So I couldn't imagine being American and being like, seeing your voice not be effective. Because I'm Canadian, and I know my Canadian voice isn't being effective. So I just, like, shut up, basically. You know, she popped back up in the news a couple of years ago. But if Scotty, yes, Scotty, even if you say that someone is going to hurt themselves, they are in XYZ place, the police cannot enter that place without hearing something. So stupid. Oh god, I thought she was completely irrelevant now. No, someone like that seems like they would be more relevant than ever. That's gonna be their saving grace. They're like, oh my god, you know how we fix trans kids? We do transracial, and then they'll forget about the trans kids, and then we can transition kids when they're 10. Jesus Christ, what fucking timeline are we living in? It's the dumbest, most ineffective thing in that situation. She changed her name to get a teaching job, and somebody found out she had, the school fired her. Nice. Based school. Oh, we don't hear anything. Must be not home, obviously. See, now, there are certain things where it's like, in a way, it seems understandable in case someone calls a random wellness check on a random house, and it's like no one's home, and it's a random house, and the cops just break in, right? It's understandable. But it's like when you have, like, previous interactions with the cops. The cops know who the person is, right? Like, they've been there before. Like, you know, like, there are signs and shit like that. It's like, you might as well at that point just give the cops a fucking key. I'd understand if it was just like a one-time thing, but this sounds like this has been an ongoing thing for years. With, like, different problems. So, by this point, yeah, like, literally, think that, like, there'd be, like, a key underneath a rock on the side of the door, underneath a pot, and it'd just be like, hey, yeah, just use the key, the spare key, and just go in and check on him. Sorry, guys, I know I gotta make you do this, but, you know, he's a family member. You gotta do it, because if it ever did happen, and you ignored it, imagine how guilty you would feel. That could ruin your life, right? So it's like, that's a scary thing. We've tried to Section 12 him over 30 times in 20 years. None has ever worked. See, and Relic, that's what I hate about the system. Is like, the guy obviously needs help. Just like my uncle, right? Guy obviously needs help. But it's like, oh, they won't seek help for themselves, so there's nothing we can do about it. No, bitch, shut the fuck up. Force him. Put him in, like, rehab jail. Like, you know, like, send them back out on their feet. That, 100% that, right there. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Because it's like, if the laws aren't there to protect the people, what are the laws? I hate the idea of hiding behind the law because it's the law. Guys, slavery used to be legal. Child labor used to be legal, okay? We can change laws. It's like somewhere down the line, someone just decided that once you write a law, you just can't do anything about it. No, fucking retards, just rewrite the fucking law. Like, what? I don't understand. Like, for instance, if America commits a war crime, okay, we'll just redefine what a war crime is, because we're fucking America. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna attack us? No, shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down, bitch. It's not a war crime. Like, we should absolutely have things like Guantanamo Bay. If we should do to the enemy what they do to us. If you capture, like, one of our soldiers and you do something to them, it's like unlocked, right? It's like you've now unlocked this thing. Oh, you waterboarded them? Okay, well now whenever we capture one of your guys, we're gonna waterboard them. And then eventually the terrorists, out of fear of it getting caught and having it happen to them, they're gonna stop. But the problem is, they don't give a fuck about stopping because they know it's not gonna happen to them over here because of fucking, like, like, you know, like waterboarding shit, right? Like torture shit, like, you know, even though they're not citizens and they're criminals, but shit like Guantanamo Bay, I'm like, you get the worst of the worst terrorists and criminals, you put them there and you teach them fucking, you use them as an example for other criminals to not do shit. And the problem fixes itself. The second you're soft on crime, crime will be soft on you. I know a kid who sells drugs, steals guns, threatens people, is in a gang. He's been doing this since he was 13 and continues to do it at 17. Police know and do nothing. And Ahab, he's gonna wind up doing something like killing someone or stealing from the wrong person, and he's gonna fuck his life over. And it's because he never suffered the consequences of his actions and he never learned when he was a kid. Simple. Yeah, as simple as that. How come Dilip, who's a fucking brick maker in a third world country, can get a full-on documentary spot, but I can't get help from my brother? The fuck? Welcome to social warrior justice and the third world, first world visions. Reason why we send all our money to third world countries that just literally embezzle it, steal it, and give it to warlords. And we still give them money. Or we give them to organizations like the Red Cross or Salvation Army, where they've been proven where they literally take donations and sell them at like like stores in those third world countries. It's like, what the fuck? Piece of funny news. Police respond to a wellness check for a 91-year-old woman. Her daughter didn't hear from her in 2 days and got concerned. The police found her in her bedroom playing video games. I heard about that. What? Grandma sounds chill as fuck. She's just playing Crusader Kings 2 and purging the jewelry. Needs some platypus venom for all those terrorists. Also, remove manhoods. What do you mean by manhoods? Manhoods, what's that? I want to also not sound like an asshole, but that kid is fucking absolutely redacted. He doesn't even know to flush his own shit, I'm serious, and he refuses to learn how to read. Or write, like he absolutely doesn't want to try to learn. Yeah, and you know what we do with someone like that? We have mining camps that are, here, take this sledgehammer and hit that rock. As hard as you can, as many times as you can. And then just keep doing that. Remove their testicles and shorten their shafts so they can still piss but not enjoy anything. Oh, manhood is in... Oh, I wasn't even thinking that, Sean. My mind was so far somewhere else, I wasn't even thinking about castration. No, I mean, for sex crimes. If you commit a sex crime, you should instantly be physically castrated. We should just perform gender bottom surgery on you and just remove, but like stop halfway, right? Like we move your testicles and your dick, but then we never like reform a vagina. We just leave you in that state. You can't remember a simple 4-digit code, lock code for a door. The code stays the same and is again 4 numbers. Yup. People and some people are just dumb, and the problem is if you don't build up intelligence at a young age, once your brain is developed, that's it, right? And that difference can be the difference of trillions and trillions and trillions upon trillions, quadrillions even, of neurons. Because they're creating and dying over and over and over and over again. Because they're never sustaining. Because he's too retarded to even understand how to think. So he's only directly involved with what's going on around him. 4 single-digit numbers, even easier. Yeah, like 1337, right? Leaped. It's like, I will never forget leap. Right? It's like you just make up some sort of thing, or like boobs. 8008. I know there's a bunch of other ones. I can't think of any off the top of my head, though. The good old days of making words in calculators, as well as, like, you know, like the... And... Okay, the boob one didn't... Oh, it worked on... Okay, it worked on OBS. It didn't work on my screen. Certainly nobody is that dumb. No, they are. I think it shocks me so much because I give people too much credit. Same Ahab. And then lo and behold, yeah. I gave up on giving people credit because I know how stupid people can actually be. I know how dumb people can actually be. I have seen how dumb people can actually be. I worked at a mill with a bunch of different green chain people, and it's not because they were brown, because I worked with white people too. I worked with Asians, I worked with black people. There were a ton of different fucking... just a bunch of dudes on a fucking green chain. But here I am trying to like talk about being a writer, saying, you know, like, you know, I'm in film, you know, I'm doing all this stuff. These guys couldn't hold a fucking thought in their head, right? But like, I would tell them week after week, you know, what I do and what it was, and it would be like, oh, wait, you're a writer? Wait, you do film? Wait, can you be a writer and do film? And it was just like, holy fuck, dude, seriously? And then when I learned to like talk their language, And it was like I learned the mill and I talked about stuff. I was like, okay, it's like a new, you have to like dumb yourself down to an entirely new level just to get on their level. And I'm like, I didn't think I was like really that intelligent. I didn't think that I was really on a high scale. I don't think I am. I just noticed how low the floor actually fucking is. Right? That's standard deviations away. Thing is, this kid wants to be a gangbanger and lives an easy fucking life. His mom buys him whatever he wants. Ahab, and that's exactly it, right? And one day he's gonna... Unfortunately, someone else is going to be affected by the consequences of his actions before he is. And that's a really unfortunate reality. And it sucks that we live in such a adept society that we could literally live in paradise. We could literally live in Eden. We could literally live perfectly. But for some reason, the people in power are just like, no. Like, we literally have the potential for infinite resources, infinite output, infinite whatever we want. But, no. That's not what we're investing in. We're not investing in our own countries, we're investing in other countries. And it's a real pain in the fucking ass. When I see wasted opportunity, that bugs the shit out of me. I've lived in poor-ass gangland conditions, and I wasn't anything like that. Yeah, like, I would say we didn't grow up poor, but we grew up in a, definitely lower class neighborhood, right? Like, we had our barbecue okay, our house was beside a catwalk, and it's not like it was like, okay, so there's like the catwalk, right? And then it was like a bunch of trees, like evergreen ferns, like shrubs, like tall ones, and these are like pretty close together. Like, you'd have to squeeze through this shit, right? Or like bend them out of the fucking way. And then it was like a little patch of ground, then there was a hill. And then at the top of the hill there were even more evergreens at the top of the hill. And then there was like 20 feet, then there was a patio, and then on the patio was the barbecue. And every weekend, we would come out like Sunday morning, and our barbecue would be like upside down in the fucking catwalk with the propane tank going. And it's like, at this point, it's just a grift because they know that we're going to replace the tank. So, like, they stole 2 barbecues and then they realized, well, maybe we need to just steal the propane tank because they might not buy a 3rd barbecue. Or a 4th barbecue. Oh my god. Then we just, like, literally would take it and put it in the shed and lock it in the shed. It was just so annoying. It's like, why? You have to do so much effort to get it into the fucking catwalk. Ruin the fucking trees and all the shrubbery and everything, too. Like, just... Anyways, I gotta take a piss and grab a drink. I'll be right back. Yeah, I know, we're kind of fucking Meow over here. We've been reading his story and we're not even halfway through, and it's been 2.5 hours. And we've got, what, 4 stories to read? Oh boy, guys. Big day today. We'll get through it somehow. We'll find a fucking way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Straight reading, by the way. 3, 2, 1, toke. Interesting. Over the next several days, Tsukami found reasons to observe the district. Never obviously, never directly, but with the patience of someone who understood the potential was worth cultivating carefully. More like gay reading. True, yeah. If I'm fawning over the person who wrote it, it's definitely gay, right? 100%. God damn. She watched Ryuji navigate the streets with tactical intelligence, avoiding threats before they materialized, finding resources where none should exist. She watched him sacrifice his portions to ensure his sister ate. Watched him work odd jobs for barely any pay. Watched him fight off older boys who tried to take what little they had. The boy was a survivor. More importantly, he was a protector. The Order could use both. Jesus Christ. More importantly, he was a protector. The Order could use both. The approach came on a gray afternoon that threatened rain. Ryuji had just finished a delivery job that paid barely enough for a single meal, which he'd already decided would go entirely to Yuki. Her cough had gotten worse, and food seemed to help, if only by giving her strength to fight whatever infection had taken hold. Ryuji. He spun, instinctively, pushing Yuki behind him. The woman who'd spoken stood a few meters away, having approached without making a sound. She wore civilian clothes, but something about her posture screamed danger in ways
Do not
his
move your feet. Do not stretch.
Jesus
Do not
Christ,
go to the bathroom.
his street
Have another
honed
Coke.
instincts couldn't ignore. Sounds good. I'm literally dying, and I'm almost out of weed, and you're fucking wellness checking me. God damn, Ahab, you're so mean. Why are you doing this to me, man? You're killing me. Oh. It's not my fault. It was another, like, it was snowing again today, and I didn't want to go get weed because I had to walk. There was an ad, and I didn't know you toke. Wait, there was an ad? Oh, did I toke during an ad? Shit. Why do you think I'm coughing? I fucked up my toke. I fucked up my throat. And now I'm fucked up the stream. No one wants a lung coffee, boy. There's an ad every time you cough. Ew. Did I make $1 yet? Okay. I think that was a $3.50. I think that's as far as I can go. Oh. Three, two, one, toke. I don't know why PlayStation believe I got me that way too, but it's on sale for $17. That sucks. Ahab, fuck Sony. Guys, I think we need to find someone to save the next generation of gaming once Game is gone. Steam is all that we have left. Jesus, I'm fucking dying. I'm dying. Oh my god. You know my name. PlayStation wouldn't let me refund Alan Wake 2 after charging me twice. So I did a charge back and they banned me. So I messaged them and they said buy PS Plus for $60 and we will unban you. Well, yeah, what a fucking grift, bro. Like instant entrapment. It's so bullshit. So what happened with me is the first time I made a Final Fantasy 14 account after like the A Realm Reborn came out. So I played it in like 2011, but it was like, you know, fucked. So like they took it down and they redid it and did a Realm Reborn, right? And I played it on the PlayStation and I had my account, right? And we fucked up. Now you pay. Yeah. And so I bought the account, right? Not even considering multi-cross-platform. Because I don't know if this is true now, but back then, so I bought it on the PlayStation. But the PlayStation account wouldn't work on the PC. But I was like, I like, so I'd like played for a month, and I have like this month like grinding character, and I can't use it because I had to transfer from using a PlayStation to a PC. And it wasn't compatible, so I had to like literally buy the entire game again and restart over. Final Fantasy 14 has not been nice to me. Final Fantasy 11 is where it's at, man. Fuck 14. It has never been good to me. It's always fucked me over. I wanted it to be good, you know? But nothing will be better than 11. You know my name. I know several things about you. And welcome back, Meow. Tsukami's voice was calm, professional. I know you've been living on the streets for approximately 2 years. I know you've been caring for your sister alone. I know you tried to enter our compound 3 days ago. We weren't stealing. I'm not here to punish you. Excuse me. She stepped closer, and Ryuji fought the urge to retreat. I'm here to offer you something. We don't sell... Not that. Her lips twitched in what might have been amusement. I'm Tsukami, from the Beacon Order. I'd like to offer you a position as a trainee. Ryuji's mind raced through possibilities, discarding most as too good to be true. It's the catch. Training is difficult, dangerous. Many who attempt it fail, and failure often means injury or death. But success means steady income, housing, and purpose. She paused. Your sister would be provided for during your training. She comes with me. She can't undergo the training. She lacks the potential. Tsukawa's assessment was clinical, not cruel. But she would be housed, fed, educated. The order maintains facilities for the families of members. Yuki tugged at Ryuji's torn jacket. No, it sounds dangerous. He looked down at her. Thin, sick, shivering despite the mild temperature, and made the only decision he could. How? When do I start? The early months of the Beacon Order nearly broke him. Not physically, though the training pushed his malnourished body to collapse repeatedly. Not mentally, though the theory sessions introduced concepts that his limited education couldn't initially grasp. What broke him was the kindness. I demand Scotty dress like a woman now. I mean... God damn, you guys demand so much out of me. Shit. What am I ever gonna do? After I was putting it on, I was like, shit, should I have taken my shirt off? Fuck it, it's supposed to be retarded. That's the whole point. Thank you, Daddy, for telling me what to do. Alright, $1,000. Come on, Relic. $1,000. That's what it costs now. I ain't a free slut anymore, bro. Retroactively. Let's go. Bring on the money. 3 meals a day, every day, without having to fight or steal or beg. A bed with an actual mattress and blankets that didn't smell of mildew. Clothes that fit and weren't held together by desperate stitching. Permanent scarred. True Relic, permanently scarred. Just instantly comes into the fucking stream. You can have one emoji's payment. Retard. True. Blessed is completely and utterly fucked now, guys. I'm sorry, Blessed. This is not a safe space. This is not for the faint of heart or the weak of mind. You must be steady in your soul, persevere in your convictions, be high-minded in your mind and steady of heart, or you will never last beyond the first 5 minutes. Oh, I guess there's no God if Scotty exists. True, Ahab. The Holy Spirit just ghosted me. It's never fun. Captain, I mean, it's true, right? Like, I basically break all the laws of reality, right? Like, it's a scary thing. Clothes that fit and weren't held together by desperate stitching, hot showers whenever he wanted. It was overwhelming in a way that plenty proved harder to adjust to than scarcity. But Yuki thrived. The Order's family compound gave her everything Ryuji couldn't. Medical care for her persistent cough, education from actual teachers, friends her own age who didn't know what hunger felt like. Watching her bloom made every bruise, every exhausted collapse, every moment of doubt worthwhile. Tsukami personally oversaw his initial training, something Ryuji later learned was unusual. The Rank 1 Psycho typically delegated early instruction to subordinates, but she'd claimed him as one of her special projects. Your body is weak, she told him during their first session. Malnutrition has stunted your growth, limited your muscle development. It will take years to fully correct. But your mind has been sharpened by necessity. We'll build on that. She taught him to sense energy first, the fundamental force that separated technique users from civilians. For weeks, he felt nothing but frustration as his peers, children who'd grown up with proper nutrition and safety, progressed faster. But Tsukami remained patient. You're trying to force it, she explained. Energy isn't taken, it's accepted. Stop fighting and let it flow. The breakthrough came during a particularly brutal endurance session. Ryuji had been running for hours, his body pushed past exhaustion into a strange space where consciousness became optimal. In that moment of absolute depletion, he felt it. A warmth that didn't come from his muscles, a strength that existed independent of his physical form. There, Tsukami said with satisfaction. Now we begin. 4 years passed in a blur of constant improvement. Ryuji's body slowly transformed. Proper nutrition and training replaced malnourishment with lean muscle. His energy control progressed from sensing to manipulation to application. He learned the forms and philosophies of new arts, the standard combat system that most Order members employed. Tsukami taught him something more. The new arts are effective, she explained during the private lesson, but they're also predictable. Everyone learns them, which means everyone knows their counters. I'm going to teach you something different. Shusei Ryu, the mirror style. The mirror style was everything the new arts weren't. Where standard training emphasized versatility, Shusei Ryu focused on defense. Where most fighters sought to overwhelm, mirror style practitioners sought to exhaust. It was a waiting game, a style that turned an opponent's strength against them through perfect defense positioning and minimal energy expenditure. Let them tire themselves, Tsukami demonstrated, flowing through defensive forms with liquid grace. Every attack they make costs energy. Every defense you make should cost less. Eventually, they'll have nothing left, and then you strike. Ryuji learned the style with the dedication of someone who'd already spent years waiting for better circumstances. But privately, in sessions, Tsukami didn't supervise. He developed something else. Streets. It taught him that sometimes waiting meant dying. Sometimes you needed to strike first. Strike hard and never stop until the threat was eliminated. He called it Satsuken Ryu, the onslaught style, where mirror style waited, onslaught attacked. Where mirror style conserved, onslaught spent everything in devastating assault. He kept it secret at first, but out of deception, not out of deception, but uncertainty. Was he betraying Tsukami's teachings by developing his own style? Was he being arrogant, thinking he could improve on what a Rank 1 Psycho had perfected? The mission that changed everything came during his 5th year of training. He progressed to Chukyu rank, slowly by order standards, but steadily. The assignment seemed routine, investigative, energy disturbances in an abandoned district, likely caused by wild Pokemon that had developed rudimentary techniques. His team consisted of 4 other Chukyu practitioners, all more experienced. They treated him with the casual dismissiveness of veterans dealing with someone they saw as a tag-along. That dismissiveness turned to terror when Marshadow materialized from the shadows. The mythical Pokemon moved through darkness like it was water, its form constantly shifting between solid and incorporeal. Team members died in the first exchange, their techniques useless against something that existed partially outside normal space. I need a shadow, I need a vessel, Marshadow spoke directly into their minds. His voice like whispers from graves. The last one, Kagura, has been dead for decades. One of you will serve. Another teammate fell, soul ripped from body with casual efficiency. The fourth tried to run and made it 3 steps before shadow became solid around their throat, which left Ryuji. You. Marshadow focused on him, its form solidifying into something almost humanoid. You have rage. It indeed controlled, but present. That will serve. The possession attempt felt like drowning in reverse. Something forcing its way in rather than air forcing its way out. Marshadow's consciousness pressed against Ryuji's mind, trying to hollow him out to make space for itself. Hyuki. The thought came unbidden but absolute. If he died here, if he became this thing's vessel, who would protect her? Who would ensure she never returned to the streets? Who would keep the promise he'd made when she was 6 and scared and no one else? No. The word came out as more than sound. Energy erupted from Ryuji in quantities he didn't know he possessed. Orange, red like fire, but hotter, more focused. His technique, dormant until crisis demanded its awakening, manifested for the first time. Burning will, power scaled to determination, strength proportional to purpose. The more he needed to win, the stronger he became. And within that moment, with Yuki's future hanging in the balance, he needed to win more than he'd ever needed anything. Marshadow recoiled. Its possession attempt, repelled by sheer force of will, made manifest. They fought. Not with technique, but with raw spiritual pressure. Ryuji's newfound power against Marshadow's centuries of experience. I love Girl Free. Yo, what's up? Absolutely. Sounds perfect, I love Girl. I mean, I would absolutely expect that, right? You know? I mean, it is what it is, right? Fuck it. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. What you at? What you got? What you doing? Marshadow recoiled. Its possession attempt repelled by sheer force of will made manifest. They fought. Not with technique, but with raw spiritual pressure. Ryuji's newfound power against Marshadow's centuries of experience. He was losing. Even with his technique awakened, even with determination burning through him like stellar fire, Marshadow was simply too strong. But he didn't need to win, he just needed to survive. To last until Tsukami arrived like divine intervention. Her presence alone forcing Marshadow to abandon its attack. Fish Tank Live is on Kick, so I doubt it. Oh, Kick doesn't give a fuck what you do, bro. I don't give 2 shits. Like, literally, someone, like, they basically killed someone on fucking stream. Like, not directly, but basically directly. Like, you didn't pull the trigger. I mean, you pulled the trigger and put the gun to their head, but it wasn't the gun and it wasn't a trigger. It was just the guy who they bullied to do, like, like, stay in that streaming room or whatever, and then he had, like, I don't agree with that. I just think that people should be held accountable to things they have. And you should be accountable to what you say on the internet. Right? Like, That's simply it. Then you just get rid of all these people on the internet that are just doing all this fake shit. Yeah, story, 2,000 words. 3 hours later, 200 words left. It's actually 4,000 words, but yeah. Yeah, the internet being shut down would be funny. I think it would be great. But, I mean, I think the internet is a good thing. I think it's been twisted around, but it's one of those things where it's like, the internet is the same idea of, like, the idea of, like, everyone thinks the world's so bad, but we're actually living in the best time for humanity to ever live at any time in all of, like, existence. So it's like, it just depends on where you look and what your priorities are, right? That's how I think about it. So it's like, where do you stand on that, right? And it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, it is what it is. So it's like with the internet, it's like, yeah, you should listen to those retards. Problem is, people listen to them. I mean, I'm one of them, which is good. That's why I'm like, people shouldn't listen to me. I'm fucking retarded. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm just talking. I'm just sitting in a chair, yapping away, doing some random shit, right? It's like, I am here to entertain, right? And if I can influence you and inspire you and motivate you, that's a bonus. But, like, the primary foundation is just entertainment, right? Try to put on a show. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, right? It's kind of one of those things where there's the inside of the box and outside of the box, and then there's me on the other side of the, like in a different city.
Hello, how you doing?
Must be nice working in the fucking air, fucking bitch.
Hey, how you doing?
Can you shut the fuck up?
Hello, how are you?
Morning, guys.
One of you guys? Okay, and what pump, sir?
The only fucking car out there. That there. The only fucking car out there.
All right, you want your receipt?
Oh, what, like I'm gonna return it?
All right, have a good day.
Some people are so ugly.
I know.
Yeah, like your fucking dog.
Hey,
Hey, how you doing today?
good?
Let me get 50 cent on pump 3.
Where you going next month?
Would you like your receipt?
What do you think I'm gonna do? Return it after I wipe my ass? That's a dumbass question.
Hey, how are you? You like these? I really don't like them.
I really don't give a fuck what you like. How much are they?
Hey,
Wait, did he just... Hold on.
Charlie.
hey,
I really don't give a fuck what you like. How much are they?
hey.
Oh, how much are they? I thought he said I'm retarded.
Good. $3.63.
Huh?
$3.63.
Bitch, I speak English. Espérame. Esta gringa se cree que...
Hello, how you
Fucking-
doing?
Must be nice working in the fucking air, fucking bitch.
Hey, how you doing?
Can you shut
Oh my god. I'm like, is it a skit? I don't fucking know, but it's fucking funny nonetheless. It's like, yeah, that's working retail right there. We have the greatest potential to live good lives as far as technology goes, but we've lost the ability to be happy without said technology. Drop teens in the woods with no cell signals or battery packs, they'll go insane, and probably most would die before they make it back to the grid. True, Sean. Whereas in my day, even my day, we go out in the woods, we can't. Boy Scouts and shit like that, right? Like, fucking... Wait, is it Hitler? Is it Hitler? Oh, it's fucking Anthony. It's Homelander. Anthony Starr. I was like, what's the hair? The hair! And then I saw the jawline and I was like, boom. Fucking Homelander. And that's how fast your brain can instantly change the picture. Right? Because it's like your brain, once you recognize what it is, your brain fills in the rest and you can't unsee it. Even though, like, you could go back and it would still look like Anthony's, like Homelander. It's crazy. Your brain makes everything up. Last until Tsukami arrived like divine intervention, her presence alone forcing Marshadow to abandon its attack. The mythical Pokemon fled rather than face a rank 1 Psycho, disappearing into shadows with a promise that it would find another vessel eventually. Ryuji collapsed, his technique exhausted, body pushed past breaking. Had to start the fire tonight. Did it go out? The furnace? Ryuji collapsed, his technique exhausted, body pushed past breaking, but alive, victorious, in the only way that mattered. Burning will. Tsukami assessed, looking at the devastation this awakened technique had caused. Interesting. Power from purpose. That's usually pure for a first manifestation. Just got that cold and won't get above 60 F tomorrow either. Ah, yeah. It snowed for like 4 out of 5 days. Last 4 out of 5 days here. Fucking crazy. I could get weed, but it was fucking snowing today. I was like, fuck that. I'll go tomorrow. It's not supposed to snow tomorrow. And basically all the snow is pretty much melted. Because it was like... It's like 2:30, 3 o'clock by the time, like, the sun came out. I was like, fuck that shit. It's just gonna be snow everywhere, right? It snowed, like, all fucking night and everything. There's still, like, you know, 3 inches or so on my roof, but, you know, it should be good for tomorrow. Interesting. Power from purpose. That's usually pure for a first manifestation. Prepare for a blizzard. Fuck. Yeah, pretty much. Locked in with no weed. I could not imagine. You said it wasn't going to snow tomorrow, so prepare for Arctic devastation. Yeah. Exactly, Sean. Recovery took weeks. Techniques. I'm like, I wrote this fucking storm front thing and now it won't stop snowing and it's fucking paranoying me. Techniques first use had torn through his energy pathways like flooding through narrow channels, causing internal damage that required careful healing. But when he finally returned to training, everything had changed. His progression accelerated. The technique now awakened and understood provided power that scaled with his emotional investment. Every training session became an opportunity to test his limits, to find new purposes, to fuel his determination. Protecting Yuki remained his core drive, but other motivations emerged. Pride in his progress, loyalty to the order that had saved them, desire to prove that street children could become something more. 2 years to Jokyo. There are 2 weather patterns you never mention because they will happen. And the one you never mention will hide behind another 2. Snow is one of those 2. No, it's tornadoes and floods. Those are the 2 you don't talk about. That shit fucking sucks. We already get enough of that because of the ice melt from all the snow. Because it'll be like piled on the side of the road and it'll be there for like fucking months. It's like basically year round. It's like the outside of an ice rink, you know, they're like the piles of like the shaved ice. Congrats, you're gonna have a blizzard tornado followed by a major flooding. I mean, at least I'm on the top floor, so as long as the house itself doesn't collapse and we have power restored, I'll be fine. Or I guess maybe I'll get sucked out my window. But it is one of those like flappy windows like this. So it's like, I don't even know if I could actually get out the window. Because like the gap between the thing is so small. Huh. But I mean, I guess the tornado could rip the roof off and just suck me up. So there is that. Final being too hot because everyone will be huddled up next to you because it's the only semi-safe spot in the house. Well, I'd like choose your death, right? Go into the basement and risk drowning, or go into the attic and risk being thrown into the sky. Basically being hit by a giant. Honestly, I'd rather die by being, like, having your air ripped out of you. And it's like, you're gonna die through suffocation either way. But I'd rather die of suffocation flying through the air. Maybe not so much. I'm thinking maybe being ripped to shreds by, like, get wrapped. Because there's, like, barbed wire fence all along the property. Now you're getting, like, wrapped in barbed wire. So you're not just, like, comfy at home, wet and drowning. You're like flying through the air, getting smashed and hit by like debris and like wrapped in barbed wire while you can't breathe, and then like ripped in half from torque or something like that. Because like you're like wrapped around the fence, and it's like the fence is being pulled from both sides, and because you're wrapped around it, it like stretches out and it cuts you in half, and you know, all that horror bullshit. I'd rather die in my sleep so I don't know about it. True, Relic. I guess at that point, you just take a bunch of sleeping pills and just pass out. But then you just die, and then the tornado never hit, and you just die. It's like an overdose. It's like you took too many. It's like, well, he wasn't a casualty of the tornado technically, but he was a casualty of the tornado. Shit. 2 years to Jokyo. Another 3 to Kokyu. The ceremony was small, as most warden appointments were. The 11 wardens of Paldea assembled in the order's formal hall, their various energies creating a pressure that could have crushed anyone below Jokyu rank. Ryuji stood at the center, wearing the formal gray uniform with its subtle modifications and the indicated warden status. Death by tornado instigated snoo. They get ripped out of the house, stripped nude, and slam into other nude people, and get snooed without anyone's consent for hours for your lifeless corpses to the earth. Hey, but hey, the women will survive, and they'll carry your spawn onto New Age. That's crazy, Sean. I love that. Scott, you're gonna die by having multiple big black men named Bubba run a train on you while you eat ice cream. Don't ask questions. Oh man, that's gonna be an amazing way to go out. I'm gonna wake up and I'll be like, what is this? And it'll be like heaven. And I'll be like, no, that can't be. I was just in heaven. Bitch. The fuck's wrong with you? Where's my couch? Where's my ice cream sandwich? Where's some black dick to jump on? The fuck is this shit? Call this heaven? I call this fucking hell, motherfucker. Jamal! Gerard! Dwayne! Motherfucker, my dudes! That's not fair. Guys, how could this happen? I mean, I guess plays stupid games, win stupid prizes. Same room in both places, just depends on the guy in it. I guess so. ceremony was almost small as most warden appointments were. The 11 wardens of we already read this, didn't we? We're done here. Gensho. Ryuji Gensho spoke with ceremonial gravity. You have achieved Kokyu rank through dedication, sacrifice, and power. The position of warden is not merely about strength, it is about responsibility. You will guide others, make decisions that affect lives, bear the weight of the Order's purpose. Do you accept? I accept. The words came steady, certain. He thought of Yuki, now 14 and training to become a teacher at the family compound school. He thought of his mother, wherever she was, and felt not anger but understanding. Everyone did what they had for survival. He'd just been lucky enough to find a better way. Then rise, Warden Ryuji. He stood, and around him the other wardens nodded their acceptance. The Auscarada's perpetual grumpy expression softened slightly. Amaterasu smiled a small smile. Garchomp grunted approval. Even Yukihime, stoic as winter stone, inclined her head in acknowledgement. My fave anime site is down for good. Guy got arrested £4 million in ad revenue from anime he didn't have authorized to stream. Is that why it's like I have this one anime site and it's like I'm pretty sure it's gone. Yeah. Web server is down. Visit Cloudflare for more. What happened? It's not running a connection. Now I need to find a new fucking site to watch anime on. Again. Can you watch TV and 9 anime? Both? I don't... But that's America. You don't understand, Sean. Half that shit doesn't work here in Canada. So fucking annoying. I'll try it, though. He stood, and around him the other wardens nodded their acceptance. Yeah, Scaradas. Like, how is it... those are the ones I was using. Yeah, how is it it's easier to get porn and hentai than it is to get fucking TV shows? So ridiculous. Stood around it. Because, like, the pirate site that I do doesn't do anime well. Not at all. Not at fucking all. Because you need that shit to be, like, out on, like, DVD or whatever, right? It's gotta be, like, out. Stood. And around him, the other wardens nodded their acceptance. The Auscarada's perpetual grumpy expression softened slightly. Oh, we already read this, too. I'm retarded. I'm so offbeat right now. Stoke as Winter Stone inclined her head in acknowledgement. Welcome to the real world! Lopunny said, her usually seductive tone replaced with something more genuine. Hope you're ready for the headaches. Yeah, we fucking made it through! Holy shit, guys! The prophecy has been fulfilled. The moment has come. The true Father will rain down upon us. We all know where to go from here. The relic shall teach us the ways of the world. And through him we shall learn all evangelical means of survival. Just guac.
Guac?
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
That's my guacamole
that's all you
sandwich. Oh, a little
Just
bit more than
on it?
that.
Nothing else?
More, yeah.
More what?
More guac, please.
You want more guac on this?
Yeah.
Yeah, a double guac, gotcha.
A little bit more than
What
double.
else? Huh?
Another scoop?
Another scoop of this?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Is
all
that
I'm-
good, buddy? I'm gonna have to charge you for that.
Just a little bit more. Like I liked it kind of
So
filled.
we're on 4 now, right? 4. Okay.
4.
Anything else, right?
One more scoop.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
He's just gonna keep going.
Alright, that's good.
One more.
A little bit more. I'm dead ass. That's how I like my.
Alright, that's it?
And
One more.
a
Just
pinch
like a
of
little bit
the
more.
Like
Pico.
that?
That's too much. That's way too much.
Alright, wait, that's it? Yeah, I guess. Wait, what am I supposed to do with this? You want to put it in a bowl? I can't fucking wrap.
Come on, you can do it. You...
I can't wrap these. What?
Yeah. It's my guacamole sandwich. Oh, a little bit more than that. More. Yeah.
Like, okay.
Guac-
The thing is, here's my stance on this. If this is a skit and this is staged, this is fucking hilarious. If he just literally walked into that place and, like, fucked that guy out of all that food, that's not cool, like, you know, right? But he's like, hey, man, I got a really funny idea for a TikTok. You want to help me out with it? It's called More Guacamole for my guacamole sandwich. Because, like, the way that he's acting is, like, absolutely fucking perfect and on point, right? Oh, I like that site. It plays smooth and has a decent layout. Oh my god, I'm dying.
Come on, man, hook me up. What the fuck y'all doing? Y'all rationing around? Come on, hook me up.
Hook me up?
String beans? Give me the goddamn string beans. I want some fucking deviled eggs. I like fruit. Don't you like fruit? I like fruit. But this pork shit got shit was nasty.
He's under a lot of pressure at work.
Break your fucking legs.
What? How you doing, Mr. Nice Plan? Get your fucking ass in there. Come on, man, hook me up.
See, that's movie material, bro. That's fucking movie. That's legit fucking movie material. The Anikai one. Oh my god, I love this shit. Okay, Relic, you're up. You're up, brother. Jeez, I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. Fuck, man. Oh. Okay, we need to have a toe. And then we'll get on with chapter 25? Wait, are we on 25 or 26? I'm just delaying the inevitable. Just delaying the inevitable, Relic.
Furry coochie fart.
Nein, du Pfeifenheini. Furry Kutschfahrt? It's pronounced Pferdekutschenfahrt. You know how much I love a good queef, though. What? Shit!
Okay, alright then. Alright then. Relic, you're into some interesting stuff, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm saying. I'm not judging, I'm just saying what it is. I'm not judging, I'm just saying it is what it is. Oh. My tiny little bugs, they're all I have left. I'm not like completely out, but there's like Seems like enough. One more. One more. Bring it on. One more. One more. You say? One more you do. I say you are.
Sure.
Oh, for
Do you think you're
fuck's
fucking
sake.
stupid or something?
Ah!
Yes.
Touche. Hey, look over there.
Wait.
Ah!
You're a bitch. Good. Can you hold this real quick?
Sure. Do you think I'm fucking stupid or something?
Yes.
Something.
Oh god. I've told you guys about the bug zapper story before, right? That's the face of Scotty when you stick it into our... We had this drug dealer that he would just like come and party with us, and he would just get us to do random shit for weed. And my buddy put one of those zappers to his balls for an eighth of weed. You always use the stupid ones as the guinea pigs, right? I come up with the idea, I pass them off, one person does them, and then we get weed. Okay, I'm done for tonight. Made it a little later, at least. Alright, Sean, take care, man. Have a good night, good sir. We'll see you in the next one. Enjoy the rest of your night and sleep tight, good sir. Alright. We'll have this toke, and then we'll read relics, and then we got proles, and then we got what's, and then we've got the game. 3, 2, 1, toke. Chapter 26. This is Cinder. Relic Story. Chapter 26. Secrets in the mayor's office. The clock ticks slowly and loudly at the same time. Rhymes sat at the kitchen table. Elbows planted, the ashtray in the center filled to the brim with half-smoked cigarettes. Sorry, I fucking lied.
I can't resist. I can't resist. No, don't do it.
Get your ass over here, white boy!
I can't resist. I can't resist. No, don't do it.
I'm just gonna assume that's staged because, like, that's completely and utterly sexual assault? Like, the fuck? That's the problem with things nowadays, is the intrusive videos. You should go to jail for that shit. Should have all your social media banned, and you should go to jail if that's not a skit. Hello, streamer I randomly found. Duskar, what's up, Duskar? What you up to, my man? What you got, what you at, what you looking for? How your day going? Of course you found me randomly. I am accumulating more and more viewers, so please tell me I am what you are looking for. Are you looking for what is good, is going good? Hell yeah, brother. Sounds like a good time, my man. We're currently reading Cinder, which is Relic's book. You can't actually look for Scotty. You just kind of show up at this side of Twitch. But he's not on Twitch, Relic. He's on Kick. Relic is a Twitch viewer. He's one of my mods and longtime subscriber. And this is his book. Because, yeah, if you couldn't tell, we're the only person... Let me see. I'm usually the only person, so let's see if I really am. If we go to Kick, and we go... Okay, well, we're in writing, right? So just click on writing. Holy shit, there's another person in writing? Dude, there's someone else in writing? I have to find out who this person is. Ah, shit, they're offline. Okay, well, I gotta figure out who this person is, because I was gonna say, I'm literally only ever the only person streaming. Why does it say that she's live when she's not live? Because, like, I clicked on it, and it says she's offline. I don't know, that's weird. Kick is weird. But yeah, I'm literally usually the only person in the entire writing section. Scotty, I'm probably going to sleep, so if you read, I will watch the VOD. Otherwise, just go with the next in queue. I don't have the energy to stay the entire time with everything that's going on today. Absolutely. That sounds perfect, Relic. We can hold off on it. Let's find out who's next. Prol, are you here? Are you ready? Oh, I got a message, Prol. That's right. So just give me a second here. So yeah, you're totally good. I'm gonna lurk, but have a good rest of the stream, and I'll catch you tomorrow night. Sounds good, Relic. Take care, man. I know that shit must be super stressful, so I'm just glad everything, like, worked itself out and everything's good. I can go on Twitch, but I don't because of damn ads. I agree, Deuce. Fucking fuck ads. Kick is way better because it doesn't have ads. They keep saying, oh, but Kick will have ads soon! Well, it doesn't have ads right now. And then there's always Rumble. I also stream on Rumble. I also stream on Twitter, right? So it's like, Twitch is the only place you'll get ads. It's fucking retarded. I have like 4 viewers. Like, you're not making any money off of me. Why? Like, I don't think I think affiliates should be given the option to have ads if they want ads. But I don't think you should be forced ads unless you're a partner. I think that's because then you could because you have to play 3 minutes of ads an hour, or you have pre-rolls, and pre-rolls will ruin your channel because people click on it and there'll be like 8 ads and they'll be like, yeah, I'm not watching this, fuck this, I'm out. And it happens during ad roll blocks. Sometimes you click on a stream, it'll be during an ad roll block, and that won't be a pre-roll, but it'll look like a pre-roll. But for Twitch, it's just like, there's nothing to be gained for it. You're just simply punishing me for having more than 3 viewers consistently, but less than 75, and average like 3 to 5. It's like, I feel like I'm being punished, even though they're like, congratulations, you're an affiliate now, you can get subscribers, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, sure, but like, that's not, you know, that's not helpful for growth, getting the stream consistently interrupted. It doesn't right now, but it will, says a 6-year-old. Shut up, you unintelligent little shit. It's your bedtime, so shut the fuck up, insect, says me. Back from ads. Welcome back, what? Welcome back. Right, I was supposed to message Prol, and I wound up messaging Rob. My bad. Ads, exactly. And that's why we got the ad song, so we can annoy you during the ads. So you go and you watch the ads, as we don't know where the ads come from, but we go where the ads are when we know where ads are gonna be, to where we see where the ads are at, and we know they're just ads. So we'll wait a little bit here for Parole to show up, and I guess we can prepare and get ready for whatever it is. This, grab this, go here, grab this, go here. Okay, we're on chapter 3, Jack in the Box. I'm just on Forsaken. Nice! Hell yeah, Deuce. That sounds epic. In Roblox? Let's go. I've been playing Tainted Grail. Nice, Prol. See, I knew it. The second I set it up, Prol would arrive. You're just in time, Prol. I was this name before they thought of me. Ah. It's like a self-insert, right? But it's fake. Because it's like you were before the self-insert, so it's like they're the self-insert of you. I don't know what you mean by search me up. You provide me a link. Just drop a link in the chat. Alright, guys. Are we ready? Are we ready for Prole's story? Jack's platoon had followed the faded tracks of the Paragonians, and the sun was setting now. Along the coast, they found an encampment, 3 or 4 concrete buildings, and dozens of men were moving their things to sailboats in the darkness. What could you see? Jack asked the captain next to him. The two peeked in a thorn bush from above. It's slow. They don't expect us, he said. Or they don't care if we come, Jack said. Is this who they made me? This is who they made me. Interesting. I'm guessing it's a word for pumpkin in another language. Slow. They don't expect us, he said. Or they don't care if we come, Jack said. The captain turned to him. I'd rather you only say something if it's going to move this forward, Jack said. Do not speak to me that way. We have been waiting for an hour. We will continue to wait. Sorry, sir, but what exactly are you waiting for? The captain finally asked. Do you see any monks? Jack asked. Monks? He whispered. No, what a bunch of infantry. Just a bunch of infantry. Jack sighed. Baby Raphael was right, and these weren't really Paragonians. He was interrogating a young kid. He was scarred, and he was probably told the truth. But he could always lied, and he covered for the rest of his team. What are they wearing? Jack asked. Just like clothes. They don't have a uniform or anything. It's just armor. And do they have swords or saber? Sword. Jack took a deep breath and looked at the sunset. I'm a disruption and a healer. That's what I mean. So, like, you break down the bad and you build up the good? Jack took a deep breath and looked at the sunset. It's not good enough just to heal. You need to destroy the bad that's there. Fair. Not really Paragonians, not knights, maybe another Flatlands Duke trying to conquer the transit. For they lost their chance with that even before I took it. Shut the fuck up, Battle Brain. Now. Jack told the captain. Okay, let's move. Half of yours will come by the left from the water. We will go to the... Jack froze and looked towards the bright ball of light. Fizzled out, and then a massive boom launched a rocket straight towards him. Jack clenched up, grabbing the captain, and the two kicked off down the hill behind them. Bushes and branches stabbing into their lapels. As Jack fell into the grips of gravity, his feet buckling and his hands sprawling for a hold of the man next to him. He was silent for a moment. Hold for the elderly captain, screaming through the air like a dying cow as Jack held onto his jacket, and the screaming captain was holding his head by his long, freezing hair. Then the rocket hit the crest where they just were. The air turning black and orange around Jack as he spun down the hill. As he hit the ground, he fumbled onto his knees, his men scrambling around him, and then groaned to a stop. With a wand, I can shield others with my spawn protection, and I also have a magic beam and buy some time to get away from the killer/bad. Distraction techniques always work well. Men were on their knees when the first rocket hit, sharpening their swords or eating quickly. Now they were running for their guns and towards their horse. What grade are you in? It's probably in, I'd say, grade 10, grade 11. I'm also the most intelligent. That sounds fair. From out of nowhere, Raphael rode Jack's horse up to him, jumping off and taking his own horse by the lead. I'm 17. So like grade 11, or are you in grade 12? Move, trees, go! The old captain ran to Jack's horse, grappling with his stomach. Years of AI on climbing. True. Jack snapped the stomach of the horse. Or hardly necessary, considering the horse was halfway to a heart attack then. They rushed forward around the hill to the right of the encampment. The other team rode to the left. They pincered around the strange formation, tons of feet and hooves rattling down as bullets and rockets hit the hilltop, men screaming down the lush grass. I'm AI like you. Ah, I'm AI. Nice, good call. Good catch. True, thanks. Perfect. Jack brought out his gun. Not his massive hunting rifle, but it shot fast and shot far. He could figure it out when he hit someone. His face was blood hot and eyes wide as cavalry, all turned to the foot of the crest. Jack extended his legs, riding twice as high, with his rifle to his chest, his hips fighting the buck of the horse, almost standing in his stirrups. The captain behind him had drawn his pistols, one in each hand, and was preparing to shoot at them from around Jack. As a matter of fact, let me write a description of myself. That's perfect. There you go. Bam. Self-prediction. Description. The captain began yelling again. He said, "We got him! We got him!" Jack pulled his rifle back, leaned on one stirrup, and back-kicked the captain on the back of the horse on the chest. "Fuck off my horse!" Put his foot back in place as he rolled away, chambering his rifle. From over the men's shoulders and through the tree line, calm as he sailed along, Jack saw sparkling gunfire in the encampment, rockets flying into the hills like fireworks. On the hill in the night, he saw the reflection along the land, surrounding water that shined back upwards at them, with the ocean on one side conjoining to what seemed like a massive watershed on the other side. They were only visible in the complete and utter black darkness they reflected, their forms outlined by the panicked swinging of torchlights and rockets flying away like apparitions. But this encampment was surrounded entirely by deep, dark water. Dewscar is a disruption protection support surviving in Forsaken. Roblox, known for his blue pumpkin head with antlers, gray robe, and Shakespearean-like dialogue, excels at damaging control by providing shields and slowing killers with his plasma beam. Interesting. Jack reassured his horse through the tree line, speeding around the folds of his men down along the water of the ocean towards the 3 sail ships that had been made to escape upon. Interesting. Yeah, I like the lore. I mean, it's pretty interesting. I mean, it looks like a fucking blue pumpkin. I'm always in for blue. Blue's my favorite color. I'm sold on anything blue. Jack's horse ran louder than the spanning gunfire as they bounded past the leading lines of guns facing the other way. Jack rattled against the saddle's footholds from the utter speed as he began to slowly stand, lock in, and play rogue lineage. True. He reached to his collar, unpinning a grenade and preparing to throw it as hard as he could. He had another in one hand, and with a deep breath, he wrapped his long lead around the back of his head. Best Roblox game? I've never played a Roblox game. I think we downloaded it and played it for like 10 minutes. It was really fucking creepy and weird, and we stopped playing. When he passed the first sailboat, he launched upward against the pull of the saddle, reaching his arm out as hard as he could. Grenades sat sailing up into the dark atop the captain's perch. Spawn protection shields allies at range, granting resistance to attacks. Plasma beam slows the killer and offers mobility over heal for allies. Levitation, passive, completely silent movement. When we passed the first sailboat, we launched upward against the pull of the saddle, reaching his arm out as he could. Grenades sailing up in the dark atop the captain's perch. The next sailboat approached, and Jack did the same, throwing it with his other hand out in front of him. He arched his arm and back with the boat, snapped back in the saddle, slowed his horse, and reached into his jacket pocket. Game I'm in is pretty complex. Nice. Snap back to the saddle. Is it as complex as StarCraft, though? Slowed his horse, reached into his jacket pocket, turned the horse calmly in place, the beast breathing like a dog as the entire mass of buildings erupted with gunfire and screaming. Jack pulled the horse further up, listening to the chaos behind him, and pulled the pin on the last grenade, throwing it onto the last perch of the last ship. Near that range. Strength excellent at extending chases, saving allies, and maneuvering undetected. Oh shit. As the last grenade flew from his grip, men stood up from atop the ship, their guns raised in surrender. "Stop! Stop!" they screamed. Jack raised his rifle, and then suddenly the other 2 sailboats exploded in an ear-splitting boom. Their entire bodies erupting into charcoal through the air and around Jack. Jack pulled in his rifle and opened fire on the screaming men, not seeing a thing as the last boat imploded in front of him. The explosion, bright and loud as a lightning strike hardly meters away. Jack put his hands up, blocking the intense glare, and turned his head the other direction, pulling the horse with him that way. He jostled along into the battle, took his rifle again from his back, and pulled the sling hard against his back. Jack instinctively looked through the scope, a trait of distance not needed here. Realizing this wasn't his old gun, not his old fight, Jack put the gun in front of his chest, bringing his massive steel-plated gauntlet on his other hand, his arm for swordsmanship. He smashed the scope into a heap with 2 punches, and with a brutish grunt, he broke the scope from the top of the rifle and leapt off of his shoes, leapt off of his horse. Breathing hard and on his feet now, he looked around. Concrete bunkers, 20 feet each, surrounded them from all sides, and Jack was behind the enemy now, alone in his element. He stood up, turning the corner, and brought the rifle to his chest, heart bumping and vision clear. Nearly 10 steps away, a man in the dark stood in front of him, his armor a massive shape in the dark. Rocket fire went into the sky, erupting his aggressor in the light of the sky enhanced by warfare, and like a lightning strike, Jack saw the man in yellow robes, wearing a monk's basket on his shoulders. He had painted the face of the basket in red blood, with the red monks he had seen many years ago, and this monk was becoming red. Jack shot into the dark, his trigger hand holding steady the barrage he was sending towards him. Flashes of his gun like a flashing camera. He saw the monk rushing toward him, a massive ornamented shield blocking his bullets with a ringing of metal. Jack's rifle clicked empty, and he rushed his plated hand to another magazine at his chest. The monk splashed down in front of him, his sheer weight and speed kicking mud and bullet shells into the air around him. Jack released the magazine from his gun, dropping between them as he shoved the magazine in. He felt the sting of the hard shield crater into his nose. A 1v8 game, 1 killer, 8 survivors. It focuses on movement, stamina management, and ability timing. It's designed to be accessible to a younger Roblox audience. So like when I was playing StarCraft when I was 6, you could play Roblox when you're like 6. Makes sense. But you could also play Roblox when you're 60 and play StarCraft when you're 60. The scope of what the game can do gives you so much to work with. Yeah, StarCraft is prime. Jack fell back hearing something. I don't know, Prol, maybe he just really likes the game. I mean, his name is named after one of the characters, right? So it's like you'd assume you'd want to, like, talk about the game. He's a young guy, you know, it is what it is. Jack fell back hearing something on his face. Or his head break and rechambered the gun. He obliterated the entire magazine against the brute of a monk once again. And as he released the magazine again, he felt the spiked boot of the monk thrash itself into his plated chest. Special interest. Yeah. It's a narrow niche, right? He twisted with his... It's like the... Like those co-op survival games. Like running games, like Only Up, Chained Together, and shit like that, right? Boot twisted with its wicked barbs into the front of the plate and tore it away, and the monk flipped onto his other leg and stabbed his muddy, barbed foot into Jack's chest. His face burned and his nose was so bloody it had become hard to breathe. His chest burned with the bitter sting of poison. Jack fell back, the monk ready to deliver a finishing blow. Forsaken is an asymmetrical survival horror game similar to Dead by Daylight. StarCraft is a high-speed strategy game. Yeah, and I said the depth of the game. Meaning, you can play it when you're really young, at like a really low level, and have a lot of fun. Or, you can play it like at a ridiculously high level, literally competition level, and still not have mastered it after 30 years. Right? That's what I'm saying. It's like the depth of the game is like the key, right? How much can you do with the limit of what you have? His face burned and his nose is so bloody it had become... Oh, we already read that. Oh man, I'm just double reading today. I'm out of it today, guys. Like, what the fuck is going on? This isn't normal, man. I fucked up way too many times. Like, I think I might have brain damage from being, like, on the internet for too long. It's like starting to take effect now. It's like starting to eat my brain. The rot settling in. One neuron at a time. Not good. Stop! An old man next to him bellowed, his face red and drained. Stop, brother Bodhi! To their left, Jack turned and saw a small man wearing the gold emblem of Paragon, a priest. Bodhi, I have been spoken to. I have seen it, everything. The monk turned towards him, holding onto his shield with a paw of a fist. The priest screamed at him. This man is very beloved to Paragon. He has endured a saint's hardship, a king's worth of battle. Lay down your arms. Fuck is my nose so itchy? Fuck is going on? Bitch. Shut the fuck up and fuck down, nose. Who cares about you? The monk stepped intently to the priest, and with one swing broke into the man's face, arching back in a wave of blood onto the monk. Jack pointed his revolver into the very center of the monk's basket, and then he pulled the trigger. The monk collapsed, his heavy frame dropping into the muddy grass. Wow, he just fucking killed him. Jack watched as the monk and the priest lay completely still and looked into the air at the slowing rocket fire. Jack pulled himself along the ground, resting his back against a massive wooden box of ammunition, and he took a cigarillo from his breast pocket, taking a deep breath from its warmth. Raphael came screaming toward him on foot, his jacket whipping against the wind of the tides. The glow of the burning ship illuminated him as he dashed to Jack. Are you okay? What are you good, son? I'm fine, Jack grumbled, tiny cigar still in his mouth. I got a little poison, and I guess my nose broke. Raphael was on his knees in front of him. He reached and cradled Jack's head, looking up at his nose. No, that doesn't look good. And you were drugged. Shit, he murmured. Jack put a hand on him, pushing him away, patted Raphael's shoulder. Jack said, Shh, I'm fine. I'm happier going around to the big fight. Raphael laughed, looking at the dead monk in the mud. Jack said, Here, take a seat. Raphael sat with a sigh in the ammo box. Jack said, I'm going to need to recover for a day or two, but I can't leave. I have to see for myself what they were doing here. Raphael nodded silently, breathing hoarsely and out of breath. Then Raphael said, So they were actually Paragonians? Jack grumbled. Yeah, they had a priest from another group too. This is something big. Raphael nodded silently. He stood up, helping Jack stand to get inside one of the cleared out bunkers. They shuffled inside, starting the generators inside and sitting in the massive table at the concrete organized battle station. Raphael said, I will go tell the men we are staying here, and I'll send 6 horse riders to get more men from the fort we have west. Jack nodded, taking a swig of his flask. He nodded at Raphael, his hair a mess, his face soaked in his own blood. Jack smiled unenthusiastically and said, Thanks, love, he said coyly. Is there anything else? Raphael snapped his fingers and pointed at him. Yeah, smartass, don't fall asleep, because now you have 2 consciences. Jack turned around and Raphael went out the metal door. Jack turned back to smile and laughed, feeling a tear in his eye, a tear in his chest. How'd he know? He swallowed his liquor and instantly became dizzy. His body went limp and his eyes rolled back into his head. And he fell on the floor from his chair. When they woke him up, he was in bed. A doctor in a helmet was standing over him. The doctor with the red cross on the chest was chewing on morphine lollipop and reading from Advanced Stage Medical Trauma, a massive medical textbook. Jack tried to lean up, the young doctor yelling, Hey, you're awake, lay back down. Jack was too tired to even fight back. Raphael stood to the side, his arms crossed. The doctor asked, "You've suffered from subsequently induced forces leading to neuropsychological dysfunction on 2 occasions in the past 24 hours? Raphael answered in form, "Yes. You seem to be suffering from acute cephalgia, vertigo, and might be under the induction of anterograde mnemestic process. What is your name?" "Jack," he said. The young doctor wrote something down. Jack looked at Raphael, who was barely staring at him with raised eyebrows. Jack frowned his eyebrows with a confused glare. The doctor told Jack, "Okay, but that means no possible cephalgia. Exacerbating activities. You've damaged your head pretty bad and it needs to heal, so you can't do anything tiring for the next few days. No reading or strategy talks until you've rested well enough." Then the doctor cleared his throat. The doctor spit his chewed up lollipop stick into the garbage. Onto the ground, not even garbage. Fuck, man, what a dick. The garbage was right there, bro. What the fuck? Fucking power move, bitch. Doctor said, "I also make clear that you cannot ride your horse or move too much, as we cannot risk your exertion that could lead to cerebral hyperfusion from reintegrating that behavior into your daily routine." Jack looked at Raphael as the doctor closed his book and put his hands in his pocket. Jack asked, "Where the fuck did you get this guy?" Raphael wavered in his hands. Raphael said, "I told you not to try and die for this, to live, and you cannot listen. So now you will be stuck in here. Live when you're ready." Jack put his hands on his face, groaning. "I command you, not the other way around," Jack said. "I will undergo a recovery of some sort, but I need to investigate this encampment and whatever is inside the ships they built." Raphael scoffed. "The boats you exploded?" Jack cursed, murmured to himself. Jack shifted in his chest and said, "Just be patient with me. I'm not gonna hurt myself anymore." Then I ended up hurting myself. "And I'll need your help," he said. "There's still a lot of work I have to do." I gotta love ads, right? It's always with the ads when we see what we get when we put up with ads. One day we won't put up with ads, and it will be a good day for ads, and you can say you want ads on your own. Can I choose whether I want ads? 'Cause no one would choose to have the ads. So what should I do right now? Make these things work how they should. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking for. That's all I'm asking for. It ain't much. It's just pretty easy. Just set it up and you just line them up, set them up, knock them down. Cheat any way you can, motherfucker. Bro, I suck at writing. Not gonna lie, Prol. This feels like more of like your prose feels more summary than happening. If that makes sense. The dialogue's not bad. Character interaction's fine. I like the characters. Setting's great. Plot's good. Internet randomly went out. It's because they're trying to cancel me, what? They know that I would be too influential, so they have to cancel me at every opportunity that they get. So every time you click off the stream, every time you close the stream, every time your internet goes out, every time you walk away from the stream, that's just them putting me down. Always remember that. Free speech for the win. I mean, what? Jack cussed, murmured to himself. Jack shifted in the bed and said, "Just be patient with me. I'm not gonna hurt myself no anymore, and I ended up hurting myself. And I'll need your help," he said. Prequel or crime drama? Take your pick. I don't know. I don't know. Crime drama, fuck it. Because we didn't get to read Relics today, and we were going to be deprived of the detective noir, so let's do crime drama. Locking it in. Jack cussed, murmured to himself. Jack shifted in the bed and said, "Just be patient with me. I'm not going to hurt myself any more than I ended up hurting myself, and I'll need your help," he said. "Still a lot of work I have to do here." Raphael nodded, stood idly, and then began to leave. "Sir?" Jack called out to Raphael. "And I'll also need you before Silas to contact Wright." "A message?" Raphael asked. Jack said, "Paragonian assassins are on the reaches of the Flatlands again. Keep an eye out for their survivors." "Surveyors?" Raphael nodded and went out the door. Damn, they're still getting spied on heavy. Oh. Woo. What a chapter, or what a piece. What a slice there, Prole. Yeah, can't have shit in Detroit. Yeah, no, you work for me, shut the fuck up, sit the fuck down, bitch. We do what we need to. These ain't real Paragonians. We know what real Paragonians are. I'll show you what a Centilist can do, bitch. You think I'm a Cantilist? Fuck you. I'll fuck you up. That's how I'm feeling right now. But it's like one of those, like, restrained moments, right? Where it's like, okay, this needs to be solved with words, with diplomacy. Like, we're in a space where this is, like, not acceptable. You know, let's bring it back into rhetoric of just discourse. Nah, you would definitely be a Cantilist. I mean, if you feel like you have the power to reset and fix everything, isn't it your duty to use that power? Yeesh. Ooh, eesh, yeah, ooh, yeah, I'm an yeah, ooh, yeesh. You can't offend me, bro. You can't offend me. You could try, but I'd probably say worse to myself. Honestly. I'd probably say worse to myself. When you're your own biggest bully, no one else can affect you. Right? Because they're all just like... They're like, oh, you're not even reaching to the levels that I'm at. It's like the meme. Oh, you believe in the moon landings? Or like, you know the moon landings are fake, right? It's like, bro, you believe in the moon? Man, you are so far into the psyop. Bro, go read a book, man. We both know the sun and the moon aren't physical objects. They're reflections and hallucinations of nature. God. We figured this out thousands of years ago. Yeah, I'm trying to talk shit about real shit. Yeah! Trying to talk about real shit. Yeah. We're in with real shit, like the actual world, the way things go, right? Not the way that they go in movies, but the way they go in real life, right? And it definitely, like, that's what draws me into it, is, like, the characters. It feels like a real struggle with the characters, that their lives are just, like, continuously on this roller coaster, right? And it's like this good balance of up and down while carrying on, like, a larger overall scheme of everything, right? Like how everyone works into their own tiny piece of the web that fits into the final puzzle piece that'll be, I'm guessing will be like, you know, final showdown kind of idea, like bringing the rigs out of the sky, going back down to Earth. You take the moon and you take the sun, you make everything that seems like fun. I like it, what? I definitely like it. Sold. I am sold. Just had to be that. It just had to be that. Of course it is. You never seen Chowder. Wait, the moon is made out of cheese. Is that like moon chowder? Made from moon cheddar? Because it's like a chowder soup? Jack is having a great time. Meanwhile, he just swatted Arthur, and he's in the shit now. Yeah, Jack is like taking names, right? He's like taking names and dropping shit. It's crazy. I'm retarded. I can't remember what the fucking saying is, you know? Taking like doing something and taking names. Yeah, he's back in black. All guns, no intel. We know they're all bad. There's no need to differentiate. Ooh, that's how I feel about the government. I mean, what? You know, we should just kick them all out and send them all to jail. You know, retroactively prove that you're innocent. I mean, what? No, that's not tyranny. Holding the government accountable, that's not tyranny. Surely, when the government's not accountable to the people, it's surely not truly at all about money, right? Right? What is this?
You take the moon and you take the sun.
You take everything that seems like fun. You sail up and then you're done.
Oh, it's a cartoon! I think I remember this. See, but like, again, like, I kind of missed out on a lot of that stuff because, like, I didn't have a TV. The only time I ever watched, like, cartoons and stuff was, like, I was at someone else's house, you know, like, Saturday morning cartoons, right? Like, or it's, like, you know, on vacation at my aunt's house or my grandparents or something like that, right? But it wasn't something, so it's, like, I kind of know of these things, but it's not until, like, the more mature, later on stuff that I actually, like, know of, right? Like Aqua Teen Hunger Force, Clone High, Freaky Stories, Robot Chicken, Tom and Jerry, or not Tom and Jerry, sorry, fucking Ren and Stimpy, that's what it is, Ren and Stimpy, Sure there's a couple of other ones. that I'm not thinking of. Right off the top of my bat. Anyways, what? You are up! Good sir. So you want to throw me that story? Where'd you put it? Where'd you stick it? Where did it go? I think on the initial run, it wasn't that popular, but the reruns got people to like the show. It's like they ignored it until they got bored of everything else, and then they came back to it. And they're like, well, you know what? We're bored of everything else. At least this is here. Oh, you can't forget Pengu. You can never be too old to watch Pengu. Pengu is what, like, what made me want to get into, like, stop motion animation. And to be, like, the, you know, the next fucking, next fucking Tim Burton or something like that. The next fucking, Seth MacFarlane. I already did the title. Is After the Fall. Where is it? It's like, you gotta remember, there's like so many places. Okay, I see it now. ATFV2. ATF. Okay, I never would have. I never would have gotten that. I'm retarded. Alright. Take a toke. Get it all set. Get it ready. Get it going. Get what we got, okay? We got what we get. We get what we do. We do what we have. We have what we don't. And it isn't all what we not. Okay? Just do not get what it up in. Over at. Decide what, when, do, a. 3, 2, 1, help! Alright. This is What's Story After the Fall. Okay, today is October 14th, 1994. My name is Tobias Hart of the Brook Ridge Gazette, and I'm here with Jackson McKee. Mr. McKee, is it true that you and your associates ran one of the biggest black criminal enterprises during the 20s? Young man, ran is an understatement. I was nothing more than just an intermediate between organizations. The biggest was Sugar Sly Wilcox, before he passed in 22. He was shot by his mistress, if I recall. I did some smuggling for him a couple of times, but he wasn't much for cash. If you wanted the big bucks, the Italians were your guys. So, what led you to smuggling? Tobias asked. War, Jackson answered. December 10th, 1918. There I was, back home in the city that I went to great lengths to escape. The snow had already filled the streets, and winter's cold embrace grasped you tightly with every gust. Port glistened and roared with the various ships that were coming in. The rocky metal coffin the army put me in felt like paper and stream as it pulled it. Boys cheered. We were back in the States. Most of them didn't see any combat, but they fought their own battles. Most of the combat units were already home, and I was late. Damn, good intro. I like the interview into, like, flashback. It's a good style. Gives you a place of, like, where to imagine the story to go, right? Spent nearly 2 months in a London hospital recovering, and to be honest, I miss it. Peacefulness, the clean air, the "You're home, son," smile. Be happy. "You're home, son. Smile. Be happy," an older man said. I am, sir. Just got a lot on my mind, that's all, Jackson said. And gathered my things and headed home. I only lived a few blocks away from the docks, so the cold wouldn't eat me alive for too long. It didn't take me long to notice that not much had changed about the neighborhood in the year I've been away. Kids still played the same in the alleyways, the stores were still there, even down to the rickety newspaper stand. The house that I grew up in was still the same. The paint on the doors still had the same chipped spot. The rail still squeaks when you put your hand on it. I walked up the stairs and gave a firm knock on the door. The door slowly crept open before swinging back. With a strong force, I was yanked into the house with a tight hug from my twin sister. "You're finally home, Jackson! Ma, Jackson is home!" Jasmine said through her tears. "Easy on the squeezing, Jazz. I'm still sore," Jackson said. Returning home from the army? Dude, that's gotta be a big moment, right? He could have been away for like 5-8 years, right? From around the corner came a shriek. "My baby is home!" Ma cried out before running over and hugging me. "You arrived just in time. Breakfast is almost done. My baby is home. Thank you, Jesus!" While yelling as she hurried off to the kitchen. "So, what did you do over there in France?" Jasmine asked. "Nothing really," Jackson said. "Nothing really. Come on, you don't have to lie to your big sister. Something interesting had to have happened," she said. "Big? Since when were you older?" Jackson said. "Since the 3 minutes that I came out before you," she said with a smirk. "Ma, please tell Jasmine that I'm the one that's older," Jackson said. "Does it really matter who was first? You're both 20, and come on, breakfast is ready," Ma said. We celebrated the entire day with Ma cooking an extravagant dinner for me. She baked me my favorite lemon pound cake and even went through the trouble of putting icing on it. Jasmine sang while I played Pop's piano like we used to. Ma managed to join in on one of the songs while the food was cooking. I played at least 5 songs before my hands started cramping. I think we haven't done anything like this since before Dad died. It made home feel warmer, a warmth I missed. Later that night, I found myself some alone time, or at least I thought. "Jackson, are you awake?" Jasmine asked. "Yeah," Jackson replied. "Can you tell me what really happened over there? You don't have to tell me everything. Don't worry about Ma. She's asleep." Jasmine said. "What about you, Jazz? What have you been doing for a year?" he asked. "Don't judge my..." "Fine, if that's how you want to play it, I'll answer, but you're telling me something. Lena got me a job at her aunt's store, and I've been singing at Wilma's lounge every other Thursday," Jasmine said. "You mean what?" Jackson shouted. "Wake Mama, big mouth!" "Sly heard me singing at church and offered me a part-time gig. He pays me $15 a song," Jasmine said excitedly. "You know he does more than just own a club," Jackson said. "Yeah, I do. That's why I take my payment before doing my set, and I leave right after. Lena gave me the same warning, you know," Jasmine said. She tried to move the conversation to something else, someone else, and I fell for it. "So, how is Lena these days?" Jackson asked. Jasmine ears perked up and a sneaky grin preached across her face. "She missed you dearly." She panicked every time news from war came in. Jasmine's eyes shifted down and her face saddened. "Jackson, I don't know if you know, but earlier this year you were listed as missing in action in the paper. We feared the worst. Lena became quiet and withdrawn. Miss Wu told me she would cry and holler out your name at night. Ma, Ma, would cry herself to sleep every night and would barely eat. Losing Dad hurt her deeply, but she still had us. Thought of losing you too almost broke her entirely," Jasmine said with tears in her eyes. Damn. This is some good emotional hitting here. What? I love it. It's like on the point, right? See why she was so persistent about the war. Jazz, I see why the war bothers you, but I was fine. Command had a mix-up. French officers' letters didn't always translate well. We'll probably blame Claude for that. You would have liked the guys in my unit. There were some characters. Is this like is this an Easter egg? It's supposed to be like Claude AI, but it's like 1920. So it's like instead it's a guy named Claude who's just like translating for like, you know. either on on whatever side, wherever he is, you know. I hugged her. Jasmine is good at fixing other people's problems, but she doesn't often let her own emotions show. I think I haven't cried this much since Daddy's funeral. Good night, little brother, Jasmine said as she wiped tears from her eyes. Dalton didn't have that many opportunities for a black man. You either worked at the port or in some factory. My father worked tirelessly for 20 years at docks before he passed. For me, following in his footsteps was the worst thing that could happen. After 3 weeks, I found myself at rock bottom working at the docks. One of Dad's friends, Fred, helped me get the job. I would offload the cargo from the ships that would come in. Some of those crates would have logos that I was too familiar with. The Black Lotus tongue would mark boxes like Pai Gao tiles. Their leader was a hero in Chinatown known as Uncle Fan. He was Lena's actual uncle and Miss Wu's younger brother. I don't know what happened between them, but Miss Wu rarely involved herself with her brother. At least that's what Lena told me. Back then, I would sometimes be afraid of what he'd do if he found out that I was dating his niece. The docks were the only place in the city that had real peace between the criminal organizations. A few guys there were on someone's payroll. Crates would come in an hour and would be loaded onto the back of a truck. The one time I asked Fred about it, he only said, "We don't get paid enough to know where every shipment goes." No, you get paid more to not know where it goes. I guess that was his way of telling me to mind my business. I did mind my business for a while until that day. February 12th, 1919. The day was slow for once. Another snowstorm had hit Dalton, causing an ice buildup near the dock, making it hard for ships to come in. We sat there, smoking and playing cards while we waited for work to come in. All right. Bet started a nickel. You boys ready? Carter said. Ready to take Fred's money, James said. You got lucky last time. Jackson, you playing? Fred asked. Why not? I could use the lunch money, Jackson said. James let out a hearty laugh. You sound just like your daddy before we cleaned him out. Aye, Carter, deal me in too. Boy, is it cold out there. Foreman just had us offloading some trolley that could barely start in this cold, Benny said. Alright, young blood, you'll start us off, Carter said. Cold, Jackson said. Already? Benny said, surprised. Yeah, bad first hand, Jackson said. Something I picked up from the war is how to count cards. Claude, that fast-talking cheat, taught me how to after cleaning me out of my rations. It was so cold that Carter couldn't deal as fast, so made it easier to count them. Look-a here. If it ain't 3 a pair with them lucky 7s, James said. If I was right, I'd have a 10, a 2, a queen, an 8, and an ace as the cards were dealt. I noticed that I was off by 1 card. Everything went perfect, but instead of an 8, I got a jack. Oh, I only could discard the 2 and hope for the shuffle to deck to go my way. Damn, he fucked up. I had to switch my PC, mobile went to trash. I named Claude before I knew about the AI. I love that. That's hilarious. That's just a great, like, accidental Easter egg. I think it's funny. Because of, like, the meme of, like, Claude translating everything. Just my luck, a 3, I fold, Jackson said. It's just not your day today, kid, Fred said. Danny, Jackson, and Earl, I need you 3 to come offload this coaster that just came in, the foreman commanded. Cold air whipped across our faces the moment we opened the side door of the warehouse. Thankfully, the cargo that we had to offload was located in the cargo hold. The crates on this boat must have weighed a lot. Took 2 of us pushing it just to slide it. You guys hear that? Earl asked. Hear what? Danny asked. A low, rumbling snore filled the cargo hold. I peered behind one of the crates to see a man with brownish hair slumped over in the corner with 2 empty bottles next to him. He seemed familiar, but I couldn't get a good look at his face to tell. Hey pal, wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Jackson said. Jackson, stop kicking me, the man murmured. The hell does he know my name? Jackson asked himself quietly. The The man shifted his body to the corner, giving me a good look at his face. To my surprise, it was Harry, British pilot I met at the hospital in London. Harry, wake up, Jackson said. Stop kicking me before I tell the... Jackson, what the bloody hell are you doing here, Harry said. I'm from here, remember? Jackson said, hugging Harry. You're working the docks now. A job like this isn't fit for someone of your caliber. Why not work for me? Better... Yeah, work with me, Jackson, Harry said. Work with you in what? Jackson questioned. The exporting business. I'll handle the side across the pond, and you'll handle the America side. You're the only person I trust with this, Harry said. I have to meet with some clients, Jack. I'm here for a week, so take your time, and when you come to a decision, let me know. I'm staying at the Brandel Hotel. Good seeing you, old chap, Harry said, patting Jackson on the shoulder. The export business is what he's calling it now. He must have forgotten that he told me that he is a smuggler. Hey, Jackson, now that your friend is gone, you mind helping us out? Earl said. We moved the crates and headed back to the warehouse. Harry's offer sounded tempting to me. I wouldn't be at this dead-end job. The only bad thing is I'm going to be dealing with people that I shouldn't be knowing. The only reason I even met Harry was because he had a deal go wrong. Due to the snow, not many ships are coming in, so half of you are being sent home. So if I say your name, you're going home, the foreman said. As he rattled off the list of names, I stood lost in thought, pondering a question that I've been asking myself since I got home. What do I do now? Felt an elbow hit me in the arm. Jackson! They're sending you home, kid, Fred said. I gathered my things and started to walk home. The snow had finally begun to ease up and the wind still blew strong from time to time. As I trudged through the snow, I eventually found myself standing outside of Miss Wu's general store. The store reminded me of what I would have to lose if something goes wrong. Ma and Jazz would be devastated by losing me. They already did once, and doing that to them again, I don't know. And Lena, my biggest mistake, I did the right thing by her. It still hurts that she never gave up hope while I was gone. You can't stand in front of the store like that, Jackson. You're scaring off the customers, Jasmine said. My bad, I was lost in thought, Jackson said. These ads, I don't know where these ads go, but I know where you can go. That's where we go, these go, ads go, we know you go near those ads. So, go when you see the ads. Go when you see the ads. I don't go cause I don't see the ads, so I don't go, but you can go when you see the ads. Go see the ads, and when you see you go see the ads and go and see and go and see and ads and go and ads and go ads, it's ads go in ads go where ads go. Ads and ads and ads. Welcome back, what? Come inside so we both don't turn into ice cubes out here, Jackson said. Felt like being at home again inside her store. The memories of me, Jazz, and Lena running and playing throughout the store Miss Wu would sit behind the counter with her newspaper and either coffee or tea. Miss Wu, look who I found, stranded in the snow, Jasmine said. She looked up from her newspaper and said something in Chinese before coming over. Jackson, how have you been? You've gotten taller, I see. I'm glad you're home. Someone else who would be glad to see you again, she said, hugging me. You knew, Jackson said. Knew? I have eyes and ears, boy. Every time you two were in here, there'd be some awkwardness before it became official. Then you both became an eager young couple. Almost too eager. The room in the attic isn't as quiet as you two thought it was, Miss Wu said. Ah, shit, they could hear us fucking. Ah, shit. You didn't have a problem with us dating? Jackson asked. I'd hoped you'd marry her before you left for boot camp. You know she still wears that necklace you gave her, Miss Wu said, sitting back down behind the counter. Oh, tell her hi for me. I'm gonna get going now. It was great seeing you, Miss Wu, Jackson said. Unbeknownst to me. Around the corner stood Lena, twiddling the necklace, watching me leave her aunt's store. Gathering the courage she needed, Lena bolted after Jackson, yelling, Sir, you forgot your hat! Lena was doing her best not to draw any unnecessary attention, and it was almost towards my side of town. I stopped to allow her to catch up to me. Turned around to see her running through the snow with her big coat. She grasped my hand and took the glove that she had pretended to be a hat. I'm glad no one was looking at the predicament that she had put us in. I took one last to make sure the coat was clear and pulled her into an alleyway for a private conversation. Lena, what? Before I could say anything, Lena leapt into my arms, kissing me. Ew! Spouted a little girl as she stopped, noticing us. Home girl, after all these years of secrecy, we're outed by a child, Jackson said as both of them began to laugh. As the laughs faded, Lena stood there and the somber look on her face. Jackson, why did you believe that you wouldn't come home? Why did you give up hope for a life for us? She questioned. Lena, I only wanted to protect you from what could have happened. I never lost faith in making it back, but I know what the fallout of losing the person you loved to war looks like. As for us, I need some time to figure things out, Jackson said. She wanted to push further, but she didn't want me to force an answer that she didn't want to hear. The only thing she did was hug me and give me a kiss goodbye. We just went to our separate ways after that. Damn, that's so good. I love that. What? Oh, man. I'm sold. I'm debating calling it an early day though. I'm just tired as fuck. I'm like, I just need some food and I just need to pass out. We need to go buy some weed tomorrow. And yeah. I'll do some shopping and shit. Maybe treat myself to something. Almost May, which means it's my birthday in 2 months. Yay! Maybe we'll get something prepped for that. I don't know how I'm gonna add it back in, but Ari was shot down by a German general because he slept with his wife. I swear you've said that before. Like talking about a character. That sounds super familiar. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go grab some chili and I'm just gonna chill. It is what it is, right? You can't win them all, you know? Probably have with Relic. Yeah. I bet. Good discussions. But yeah, I'm like super fucking tired as shit, boys. Like, fuck. It is what it is, right? So yeah. I feel like I'm gonna blame the dress, guys. putting on the dress turned me into even more of like a beta bitch. So now I'm just like lazy and like complaining and just like tired. It's like I've been overwhelmed by the feminine and I'm just like, I'm not gonna stick it through. I'm not gonna try. I'm gonna give up. I'm just gonna say fuck it. He was in Cryptid's chat when I submitted both versions. Maybe it was in Cryptid's chat that we were talking about it then. Because I think I remember talking to you about that. But I was like, it feels so weird because I was like, I swear I was typing. But it makes sense that it would have been in Cryptid's chat. That makes a lot more sense. Alright, we'll be back again tomorrow, guys. As always, I'm being a little bitching out too early. I just had, like, literally no plans of ending this early, but I was like, fuck, man. It is what it is. That's the way of the world, right? So, never stop being you, never stop creating, never stop imagining, and never stop spreading your ideas! So, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright. Who we rating today? Where we going, what we doing, what we at, what we got, what we do. Boop-boop-a-dee, bop-bop-bee-doo, bop-boo-dee-day-dee-day, bop-boo-bee-boo-dee-day-da. Da-ba-dee-doo-dee-doo, ba-da-ba-ba-dee-dee-dee-day-doo-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee, da-ba-ba-ba-dee-dee-doo, ba-bum-boo-dee-day-day. Day-doo-dee-dum-bum-bum-bing-ding-dum-bum-bum-bang. We got another one, boys. Alright. Get your views ready. And we'll see you on the other side. Alright, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace!